time for the regularly scheduled meeting of the Tallahassee City Commission. It is, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is my honor and privilege to introduce Pastor Judy Mandrell of Life Changers Church of God in Christ to provide the invocation. If you'll please rise, and then join me in the Pledge of Allegiance thereafter. Pastor Mandrell, welcome to Chambers.
Thank you so very much, Mayor, and to all of the commissioners, city commissioner. Father, we thank you. You are good to us. We say thank you. You have brought us through so many different things and back to this time. I pray that you will govern this meeting, give clarity of thoughts. We thank you for each one of our commissioners, our mayor, city commissioner, deputy city commissioner. We pray for our city commissioner. And God, we just ask you to strengthen us and give us glory and honor here. Thank you for our veterans who have served. We bless you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Mandrell, thank you so much for joining us today. We certainly do appreciate you opening up our meeting. Colleagues, we've got a great day ahead of us. We have the regularly scheduled City Commission meeting at 1 o'clock today, followed by a City Commission public hearing at 5 o'clock today, followed by a joint City-County Comprehensive Plan public hearing at 6 o'clock today. So we've got a lot of business before us, but it's going to be a great day. I would be remiss as well if I did not mention that today is the Marine Corps' birthday. Happy birthday to every man and woman that has served in the United States Marine Corps, and we know that tomorrow is Veterans Day as well. Moving on, Madam City by the way, let me take a second and welcome Deputy City Manager Barber, who will be walking us through today as acting city manager, and of course, our thoughts and prayers are with the Goad family. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Mayor.
We are on agenda modifications. Madam Manager, do we have any modifications?
Yes, Mayor, we do. Item number 9.04 has been deleted at the property owner's request. Item number 1801 has updated attachments. And then item number 9.02 has been pulled from consent by Commissioner Matlow, and this item has been renumbered as item number 10.01.
Excellent. Any questions, colleagues? Seeing none, we'll move on. Do we have any presentations today? Madam Manager, any presentations outside of the normal scheduled business? Excuse me. Before we get to citizen input, I do want to jump down to the announcements. I've asked the city manager to give us a quick update on Hurricane Ada and where we are with preparations, and then we'll jump right into citizens to be heard on agenda items, if that's okay. Madam Manager, turn it over to you.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, Tallahassee still remains in the cone of uncertainty for Tropical Storm Eta. Although the storm is moving more westerly, it is anticipated that we have about an 8% chance of receiving tropical storm winds. Our departments have already initiated our readiness activities, our protocols to ensure that our personnel and our resources are in place in the event we should have impacts, as well as our traffic light and wastewater pump station generators have been tested and refueled. Our staff continues to be in communications with local nursing homes, and the neighborhood liaisons want to make sure our neighborhoods are prepared. Our supplemental staffing is on standby in the event activation is necessary, and our electric and gas department has been in touch with professional organizations like the Public Power Partner organizations to make sure in event mutual aid is necessary that we can get such assistance.
Excellent. Any questions on the storm update and where we are, colleagues?
No.
Okay, seeing none. Mr. Cooke, thank you very much. Certainly appreciate that. We are on citizen input on agenda items. It is a new day. We're taking input in person. We're taking input virtually and by phone, I understand. Mr. Cooke, let's take everyone who is here in person first, and then we will move to virtual input as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. We do have speakers in multiple formats, so we'll take them as you just indicated. Each speaker will have 3 minutes for each topic on which they wish to speak. We ask that speakers, whether in person or virtual, give us their name and address for the record at the beginning of their comments. Those in chambers will see a light on the dais immediately in front of Commissioner Richardson, which will turn yellow and then red as your 3 minutes comes to a close. Those online, I will let you know when your 3 minutes have arrived. With that, our first speaker will be Richard Durabi, who is available to answer questions on item 12.04, which is an introduction of ordinance with an amendment to the zoning map. And I'm assuming that we won't hear from Mr. Durabi unless you as commissioners have questions.
Excellent. Thank you for being here with us.
Next speaker, similar fashion, John Foster, available on item 1302, which discusses the process to rename a portion of Gamble Street to Robert and Trudy Perkins Boulevard. Again, Mr. Foster also available to answer questions you may have. Chuck White is speaking on item 1304, which is an overview of the 21 to 25 HUD plan, and 1305, which is approval of sale of Mahan Weems property. I'll ask Mr. White to give his name and address. You can begin, and the timer will get to the 3 minutes, and I'll restart that. So,
No, sir. Mr. White, if you'll keep the mask on, that'll be great.
Okay,
It is wonderful to see you, sir. Your name and address for the record.
Thank you much. My name is Chuck White. I live at 537 Frank Shaw Road here in Tallahassee. I'm a 50-year resident here in Tallahassee. In 2013, 2014, I came in front of this commission, and our community generally made a collective decision to improve the model of care and the physical facilities which we provide to our local neighbors experiencing homelessness. The community-wide effort involved the city, the county governments, United Way Big Bend, Beatitude Foundation, Renaissance Community Center, and if y'all will remember, a place called the Shelter. We all worked together to develop a long-range plan for properly addressing the needs of our most vulnerable neighbors. We opened the Kearney Center in 2015. The decision to relocate the shelter from its original site was a difficult one that involved many factors. Among the most important was access to public transportation. This access allowed for the center to be moved away from the Frenchtown area to its current location on West Pensacola Street. The agreement to relocate was approved by the city commissions and all the parties involved. Access to public transportation was and remains essential for those individuals who are seeking employment, meeting medical and dental needs, finding permanent housing, seeking legal advice, or going for food, medications, or continuing their education. This access provides the opportunity for those experiencing homelessness to pursue independence and seek self-sufficiency. It is essential for individuals to progress out of the homeless system of care. Over the past few years, since the Kearney Center opened in 2015, 31-day bus passes were distributed through the Kearney Center at a rate of approximately 500 per month. Based on data collected through the bus program, bus pass program, participants utilized this program for an average of about 3 months per person. And we served approximately 2,000 unduplicated individuals last year. This included nearly all the residents of Kearney, Hope, and all the other programs providing residential care. The process to obtain the individual 31-day passes included extensions, included assessment by our case managers, and the offering of additional services to keep that person in steady housing. Because of the COVID epidemic, access to the public transportation system was interrupted. Now, Star Metro limits ridership to 15 passengers for purposes of social distancing. As our community deals with the pandemic and its ongoing effects, and we begin to resume more normal activities, Star Metro has decided now that they want to rework the bus pass program altogether. They have committed to providing 200 one-way passes monthly to the Big Bend continuum of care to be distributed amongst all of the providers. What I'm here to ask you to do is to reaffirm the City Commission's agreement from 2015 that bus passes would be made available to all our clients. We have clients that can't get employment. They can't get to medical appointments. And the most important thing is that we got a large influx of cash through the CARES program to help folks actually get out of homelessness and get into permanent housing. Those folks can't go out and actually access that housing now because we don't have access to public transportation. My reason for being here today is to hopefully get you as a commission to instruct Star Metro to immediately give us 1,000 passes we need between now and the end of December. We can renegotiate with Star Metro about what happens in January, but to spend that money, we got to get people out right now. So I'm hoping that I'll see action from you guys today that will reinstate that program immediately, right away. God bless you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Jay Reeve on item 1303, which is your Behavioral Health Crisis Intervention Response Unit. And he's the last speaker that we have in person. So we will move to our virtual speakers next.
Wonderful. Dr. Reeve, thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jay Reeve, and I'm speaking on behalf of Appalachian Center at 2634 Capitol Circle Northeast in Tallahassee, 32308. And I'm, as it was announced, I'm speaking on behalf of item 1303, which is the recommendation to create a mobile response unit in the city of Tallahassee. I wanted to give the City Council and yourself, Mr. Mayor, some background on where this came from and add my voice to that of staff in recommending passage of this item. A year and a half ago, Appalachian Center was contracted by the state to create a large mobile response team across the 8 counties of the Big Bend area. This mobile response team provides 24/7 access to folks who are in mental health crisis, telephonically and in Leon County live. However, it is a standalone team. It is called by clients in the community. It can be called by law enforcement. It can be accessed by virtually anyone. And it's a good beginning for response to emergency mental health issues in the community. However, you have the opportunity to build on that and to actually build something fairly unusual nationally, and I believe unique in the state, with the beginning of this item, which will take the resources of our current mobile response team as a platform and add to them resources from the Tallahassee Police Department, Tallahassee Emergency Services, to create a live mobile unit that will be operating within the city of Tallahassee in order to respond not only to behavioral health crises that rise to the threshold of Baker Act, but any behavioral health crises, community crises, truancy issues, issues regarding substance use. Anytime the city needs an immediate emergency response to something in that realm, folks who are, and Mr. White was talking about, the homelessness population with which he's worked for so long and so well, folks experiencing homelessness who appear to need immediate treatment. Any of those crises, this team can respond to, and respond to very rapidly, and respond to live. Now, here's what's particularly important about this from my perspective. The law enforcement presence within this team will be in plain clothes. These will be crisis intervention team officers. It will be a similar model to what some other cities in the country are using to take the official law enforcement presence and minimize the potential shock value of that for folks in the community who are experiencing either behavioral health or other kinds of crises. One of the things that we know and that I've heard in 15 years at Appalachian Center is that as well-trained as our law enforcement officers are, the sight of a squad car with lights going, the sight...
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you. The sight of our uniformed officers is enough to cause difficulty. So I would urge your consideration of this passage.
Thank you, Dr. Reeve. Mr. Cooke. Next.
We will go to our speakers who are connected virtually. The first of those will be Max Epstein, and then Jacqueline Perkins, followed by Delatri Hollinger. Max Epstein has connected and will be speaking on 3 different topics. Item 904, which deals with the subdivision plat in the estates of Southwood. The 1303, which is the behavioral health crisis unit, which was just mentioned. And then 1305 is the sale of the Mahan-Weems Road property to ViStar Credit Union. With that, I will ask if Max Epstein is ready to
Mr. Cooke,
begin.
if you could please keep track of time, and 30 seconds left. Since, we're doing this virtually. Want to make sure that
Absolutely.
we make everybody aware so they have time to wrap up. Mr. Epstein, thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thanks. This is Max, 1001 San Luis Road. Just a couple brief things about the Southwood. There's a financial analysis there that shows how much it's going to cost to maintain that new subdivision. I'd like to see that for Bolani. But I'm here primarily to talk about the Weems Road sale. And I'm glad to see John Outlands here because he can speak more on the conservation easement aspect. But a couple requests. Number one, the credit union does not want to buy the back portion, the back parcel. And this entire area was in a conservation easement to begin with for a reason, because they're very steep slopes there, and it actually helps filter the stormwater in that area. So I'd like to see the city commission explore only selling them the front half of the parcel. It was my understanding that there was supposed to be green space or a park associated with this, and that's gone now. And I'd also like a chance to speak with the developer to see if and work on their plans, site plan. So right now, the city's requiring them to save the 67-inch wide live oak, which is great, but the routing of the traffic has everyone going over those routes. So like, Chick-fil-A on Tennessee Street, maybe we route them to the right instead of the left. It'd also be great if they would consider to use low-intensity development. They might lose a few parking spots, but that would allow them to filter the stormwater on site. This is really important if we want to have balanced growth going forward. That way, if we retain the back parcel and put it into a conservation easement, that will help filter the water that comes off of that development up there. And we get to preserve the natural features, the important natural features of both parcels. So, I'm willing to compromise here. So I'd like to see this item come back in December to see if, and decide then, not string this out, but see if the credit union would be agreeable to either one of those aspects. And we just really need to stop taking our important areas and turning them into parking lots. I mean, we don't have a lot of open green space left, and that space is doing its job to clean the air and clean the water, and we end up spending more money down the line. Because if you look at it right now, they have 98 parking spots.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
And you're basically just paving over completely 2 acres, and that's going to increase runoff, nutrient pollution, all that. So I hope you consider only selling them the front parcel, because that's all they want. They want to sell the rear one, and it even says in the item that they want to look to the city commission to see what they can
Your
even...
3 minutes have expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein.
Next is Jacqueline Perkins, followed by Delatri Hollinger.
Ms. Perkins, we can see you. Your name and address for the record, please. I believe you're on mute.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Clerk. My name is Jacqueline Perkins, 3437 Blue Jay Drive, and I've never participated virtually, but what we hope is that I have a nephew who's a professor. He has a class at 2. Mr. Delatri Hollinger actually undertook the research, and hopefully we would be able to go in that order and have Mr. Hollinger speak, and then Jamil Perkins, and my niece as well. So if we could do that, is that okay?
We'll go ahead and speak, Ms. Perkins, and we'll try to give everybody the opportunity, and when we get to the agenda item, if they are here, they can have the opportunity to speak then as well.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to speak. And I appreciate the commission considering this item. I do know that Commissioner Diane Cox presented this item to the commission. And again, I am grateful, I'm appreciative for the opportunity and ask you all to consider following through and allowing staff to, make this happen, or to at least present the process for us to do so. I want to thank Demetri Hollinger for the extensive work that he's done, the research that he's done. I want to thank, again, Commissioner Cox. I also want to thank city staff for the preliminary work that they've done and the efforts they've undertaken to assist in what will probably be an arduous task of renaming the street. It's been a very difficult time for my family. This year, I've lost two of my brothers within 6 weeks of one another. I'm here today to talk, to speak for them as well as the other members of my family. Most of the people who know my parents know that they didn't do what they did to be honored. They didn't do what they did for fanfare. They did it because it was the right thing to do. They were tireless workers. They were advocates for this community, and they were courageous. And they actually paid the ultimate price, made the sacrifice. They lost their jobs in an effort to make this city and this community, this county and this state a much better place. And as you go through the material that's been provided to you, there's bios for both of them, as well as the synopsis of some of the most salient accomplishments that they had in this community. And namely, I believe that because the work that they did that would result in the diversification and desegregation of the city's workforce.
You have about 30 seconds.
They deserve to be honored, and they deserve to have this information shared with the rest of the community for what they did. There are a lot of people who are sitting there now, and they're first in their category or classification, and they were there first because of the work that my father and my mother did over the years. So I'm very happy to be here and to allow others to speak. We will work expeditiously to help the city in this process of getting the signatures of the property owners on the affected streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hollinger, great of you to join us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, 501 Alpha Avenue. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak on a long overdue item, the renaming of Gamble Street in honor of Robert and Trudy Perk. And many of you have received the information that has been sent to the commission, but I'd just like to piggyback on what Ms. Perkins said in saying that these are two individuals who really changed our community for the better, and specifically the City of Tallahassee's workforce. Before the United States filed the complaint against the city in December of 1974, most positions in city government were, if they were filled by African Americans, they were relegated to lower paying positions. And so what happened with Ms. Trudy Perkins and Ms. Lizzie Smith at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital and the subsequent filing of 25 complaints with the Department of Justice and Mr. Robert D. Perkins Sr. traveling to Washington, D.C. using his own money and on his own time without the backing of any organization, and meeting with members of the United States Senate who listened to Mr. Perkins as a private citizen to file their case against it. I mean, it was remarkable. And anyone who has held the title of first black city manager, first black, any position that is filled in city government by an African American or a woman, we have Robert and Trudy Perkins and their sacrifices to thank for that, because they were both terminated for the work that they were doing. I'm thrilled that this item, we're looking forward to your positive response, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Next speaker is Isla Perkins, followed by Jamil Perkins. So Isla Perkins will have 3 minutes.
Ms. Perkins, thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please. We're having a hard time hearing you, Ms. Perkins.
Mr. Mayor, would you like for me to go to
Let's see if
Jamil
that-
Perkins and then come back?
Ms. Perkins, let's try one more time. I'm afraid we cannot hear you. I tell you what, yes, sir, let's do that.
Okay. Jamil Perkins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thanks for joining
All
us.
right, my name is Jamil Perkins. My address is 925 Magnolia Drive, apartment K3, Tallahassee, Florida. I'm here to speak again in behalf of the renaming portions of Gamble Street to Robert and Trudy Perkins. I think this is a move forward for the city. Again, considering of the type of the tireless work that both of them did, but I want to speak more on the influence that they had, and the influence not only in the sphere of their own individual family, but also in the sphere of Tallahassee, where as a student at Florida A&M, I am an employee of Florida A&M. I teach math here, but I'm also a student at Florida A&M. And as an engineering major, I can recall my physics teacher, Dr. Ronald Williams, asked questions in class, and I was kind of going on a roll. And he asked me my name. I told him it was Mr. Perkins, and immediately he said, "Hey, are you related to Robert Perkins?" It's my grandfather. He said, "Oh, wow, he's the reason why I'm a physicist now." And he taught me calculus. I remember going to his house late at night and him, despite what was going on in his house and with his family, bringing us in and teaching us these fundamentals of calculus and making us these the better math students that we are today. His sister, also one of my coworkers now, Dr. Rosalind Williams, is also a result of the work of my grandfather. So these influences were beyond the sphere of just his family. He was, but within our family, he was also able to create a bunch of firsts. My aunt being one of the first Black marching members of the marching band of Leon High School. My other aunt, Jacqueline Perkins, being one of the first women to be a athletic trainer at Florida A&M. My uncle being a successful student athlete at Princeton. My father being in his own right a civil rights leader, and also being able to start a TV show, Vibrations, which was influential in the Black community in the 70s and 80s. So these two giants weren't only didn't only help people in Tallahassee be able to get the legal right to work, or the legal right to make sure that Tallahassee hired folks that were of all ethnicities, but they also created a family of freedom fighters, a family of people who did not, like my aunt said, did not ask for it, did not request the honor, or did not request.
You have just a few seconds remaining.
But did it out of the love. And I'm a math teacher myself, professor myself, simply because of the work of my grandfather and his influence and his influential sphere in the city of Tallahassee, as well as in our family. So I appreciate if we went forward with the renaming of the street, and I appreciate the city putting this menu item on the board, and that way it can be even talked about and mentioned in this government. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
I will
Mr. Perkins. We
stop right there.
appreciate it. Ms. Perkins, let's come back and see if we have your audio straightened out. No, ma'am, we still can't hear you, I'm afraid. All right, let's keep moving on, and we'll check in with Ms. Perkins in a little bit. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Donna Austin, speaking on the same item. Donna Austin is next, and then would be followed by Darwin Gamble.
Dr. Austin, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Your name and address for the record, please.
Donna Austin, 8468 Southern Park Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32305. Thank you so much for this opportunity to come for such a wonderful purpose. And I'm excited because as an educator, so many unsung heroes are just left out of our history. And so having Mr. and Mrs. Perkins, a street named after them, is something that the African American children in the Bond community, in the 32304 community, and all the other communities where there are Title I schools will give them an opportunity to have a level of pride. That's something that our children are missing. Our children are missing that, one, because they're not getting a lot about themselves in our history books. So I'm asking for Tallahassee, the city, to seriously consider giving this initiative a 2 thumbs up for the purpose of not just for the Perkins family, but let's keep the legacy that Mr. and Mrs. Perkins fought for and all of the civil rights that they gave their lives for. And let's allow children of the underprivileged in the underprivileged communities an opportunity to actually get a chance to see some unsung heroes listed on a sign, a street, and all throughout the community is something that we should seriously consider, not just for Mr. and Mrs. Perkins, but also we should start looking at unsung heroes to put all the way out throughout Tallahassee. I'm always so happy and excited when I hear Commissioner Williams-Cox say, Tallahassee proud. Well, this is an opportunity for Tallahassee to show just how proud they are of 2 people, a man and a woman, a husband and wife, who stood side by side to make a significant difference in the lives of African American people. And when they touched the lives of African American people, it also broadened that all the way out to other communities. So let's give this an opportunity to give our children, to give our communities that don't get a lot of hoopla and a lot of love. Let's give them this opportunity.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Dr. Austin, thank you. Let's try Ms. Perkins one more time. Ms. Perkins, do we have, you are on mute right now.
Okay, I'll try one more time.
We can hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Ms. Perkins, thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record,
Thank
please.
you. Okay, thank you. My name is Ela Perkins. I'm addressed at 2037 Donald Drive, Morada, California. Commission, I just wanted to thank you for giving us the opportunity to present to you today or to speak today. As a grandchild of Robert and Trudy Perkins, I was exposed to the stories and struggles and triumphs of what they did for their community at large. Today, I do work as a scientist in California and also an advocate for environmental justice. And I am the direct product of their tireless efforts, not only within the city of Tallahassee, but for equity and justice for people in the community at large. I do ask the commission to consider this motion to rename a portion of Gamble Street in their honor and for recognition of their efforts. Briefly, I just wanted to speak on not only some of the efforts of my grandfather, Robert Perkins, but also my grandmother, Trudy Perkins. As mentioned, Delattre Hollinger, he had done quite a bit of research, and there were some aspects of their history that I wasn't even aware of. Some of them, namely being that my grandmother, Trudy, served as the president of the Community Health Organization, which was organized back in 1971. And this allowed her and the community to actually get better healthcare services within the city of Tallahassee. And that was done by assisting other healthcare groups. She was also relentless in her pursuit to abolish any discriminatory practices within employment in Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, some of which she was then later banished for, but ultimately, there has been better hiring practices within that hospital at large. So I just wanted to say thank you. And also, she was very tireless in her commitment and was an accomplished student, and she never wanted to stop her pursuit for learning. And for that, I feel like, that's something that other children and people can look towards as a beacon for their community that we can never stop learning. And I think just for that alone, with my grandparents and my grandmother, is something to be commended for Black students and for all students actually, but primarily for the Black students within Tallahassee. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to us moving forward with this renaming process. Thank you.
Ms. Perkins, thank you. And I want you to know that in the past 2 years, I believe you win the award for the farthest distance in live testimony at a Tallahassee City Commission meeting. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Next speaker is Darwin Gamble on item 1303, your Behavioral Health Crisis Intervention Unit, followed by Barry Monroe, also speaking on that same item.
Mr. Gamble, great to see you, sir. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Darwin Gamble, 1248 Halifax Court. And this may be one of the most important votes any of you will ever cast. And Mayor Daley, I want to thank you for bringing this issue before the commission. It's very important. I think we all know now that it's not appropriate to send uniformed police officers armed with guns to answer every 911 call. I think we also know that the mere sight of uniformed police officers may escalate a situation into something deadly, as we've seen lately in Philadelphia. I also see that these teams, as proposed, will include at least one uniformed officer with crisis intervention team training. We'll see how that works out. We'll see how that works out during the pilot project. But for now, I just want to repeat what I said a few weeks ago. I think this proposal has the potential to save lives, and I hope all of you can vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Monroe, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Barry Monroe. And I just want to let you know I'm a resident of 1248 Halifax Court, Tallahassee, Florida. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Mayor Daley, and the rest of the commissioners for presenting this item before the public. This is an extremely important item to me personally because I am a person who lives with mental illness, and I'm also a family member of a person who lives with mental illness. Oftentimes, this is unrecognized. People are always afraid of the stigma that attaches to this. But I really think this pilot program that you are initiating has some room for merit. There might be a few kinks in it in terms of this implementation, in terms of the confidentiality of records as it relates to those who are seeking treatment. But overall, it is a sound start. And so I'm very appreciative of you moving forward on this. And I will work with your city attorney or whoever on your staff to work out some of those kinks that deal with the confidentiality of records, psychiatric records, and other records under Florida state law.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. Certainly appreciate it. Mr. Cooke, our next speaker.
Mayor, the next speaker is John Outland on your sale of the Mahan-Weems Road property. I will also add that he is the last of our speakers who connected virtually. I have received a couple of additional cards from individuals who have arrived here in chambers.
Excellent. Mr. Outland, are you with us? There you are. Good to see you, sir.
I'm here.
Your name and address for the record, please.
John Outland, 1562 Tongue Hill Drive, Tallahassee. Commissioners, thank you for taking the opportunity to listen to us today. I've been involved with this project, the Williams Road Extension Project, for several years, and unfortunately, the city, chose to go ahead and push the road through, even though it involved significant damage to significant slopes, grades, forested wetlands, and sensitive karst areas, which are all designated as conservation and preservation in the Land Development Code. But nevertheless, he pushed it through anyway. So I'm going to ask you to make amends for some of this damage by protecting this and preserving this 3.5 acre parcel for park and recreation as an amenity. I think this area deserves it. And as I recall, in the early reports for the project, they say that the area would be retained for such a use. So I'm a little bit concerned about why this has changed to sell it. But a little bit further on, in addition, I recently learned that the area was under a 2004 in perpetuity city-approved conservation easement required as a part of the development approval for the Proctor Subaru dealership. The project violates the conservation easement, which specifically prohibits road construction, among other inappropriate uses. I could find no reference of the area being under a conservation easement in any of the reports for the road project. So I just discovered this in the last few weeks, that it was a bona fide conservation easement. Was the commission aware of this area was under a conservation easement when the project was approved? I have that question. Would the city knowingly approve a project that violated the prohibitions of the conservation agreement? To do so makes a mockery of the conservation easement program designated to protect environmentally sensitive natural areas. I ask that you retain the parcel, subject of this agenda item, to protect the open space and this tree cover to make amends for putting this road extension through a conservation easement and through environmentally sensitive areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next in-person speakers.
Next in person is Bill Wilson on item 1305, which is the same item.
Mr. Wilson, thank you so much for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Bill Wilson, 1816 Old Fort Drive, Tallahassee. I come for you today with two thoughts on this item. One, I mentioned to you when you were considering the sale of this item that this is a parcel that would be totally appropriate for affordable housing, for a multifamily development. It was scored real well with Florida housing scoring for a multifamily. And state law basically says if you have surplus property that's suitable for affordable housing, you should use it for that. If you choose not to do that and you sell it, then the proceeds from that sale should go to your Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So you don't have a policy to deal with the disposal of surplus property as it relates to the requirements for affordable housing. Criteria are the disposition of those funds. Your agenda item says that your policy says it should go to the discretionary reserve fund, but state law says if you sell something that was suitable for affordable housing, it should go to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So I would suggest to you, if you proceed with the sale, that you change the staff recommendation and put the $3.5 million in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and really make a solid commitment to affordable housing, which you've said is one of your top priorities. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Stanley Sims. You have identified items 13.01, which is Emancipation Day to city holidays, 1304, which is a HUD plan, and 1305, which is the property that Mr. Wilson just referred to.
Mr. Sims, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Mayor, I am the proud voter, Stanley Sims at 1320 Avondale Way. Mayor Pro Tem, I just can't bring myself to throw away the envelope. I proudly stand here today to say I'm from Tallahassee, but I'm concerned about the rest of Florida. But what gives me hope, and Mayor, just give me a little latitude today, I pray.
Mr. Sims, I think we're on agenda items now.
This is an agenda item.
Okay. Please proceed.
I was able to see firsthand when you got an AKA in the house. Last night I was able to attend the CRA meeting. And though you were not there, your name, Mayor Pro Tem, was being rang. How was it being rang? It was being rang because I attended a meeting, Mr. Madlow, that provided me a plan, in the words of my Mayor Pro Tem, that I'm dressed in her green and pink, that was 8th and 9th grade level that I can understand. And guess what, Mayor Pro Tem? Let me tell you about CRA staff. When one of the board members, Mr. Richardson, City Commissioner Curtis Richardson, who stepped out on the water, when I could not enter this building and cried out to our city manager, maybe you being a little too rough on this young man.
You're at 30 seconds.
I'm holding my ballot. Those people say, well, is 30 houses enough? And city staff work with him. Now, where is Wayne? A rattler. Woo, woo. Mr. Madlow, don't you think you're not making a difference? Curtis, this citizens of this community, we can't be bamboozled.
That's 3 minutes.
Did y'all see me on the front page yesterday?
Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
Mayor, we do not have any other speakers
Excellent.
in person or connected virtually.
Wonderful. Madam Manager, do we have any formal appearances before the City Commission this afternoon? Item number 8. I believe we are good. I don't see any formal appearances before the commission.
No.
Not today. All right, we're on the consent agenda item. I know that one of the items has been pulled, item number 9.02, which we will discuss in a second. For the rest of the consent agenda, it's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We are on item number 10.01. Madam City Manager.
Yeah. Item 10.01 is supplemental appropriation from state and federal law enforcement trust fund. That item was pulled by Commissioner Matlow.
Excellent. Why don't we have the presentation before I, let's go ahead and have a brief presentation on the item before I recognize Commissioner Matlow.
Chief Revel, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity. All right, how about now? All right, thank you all for the opportunity to speak. Could you all hear me from what I said? No? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we are here to request your permission to use the supplemental appropriation from the state and federal law enforcement trust funds to replace our service weapons, which are at the end of service life, and then to also purchase a vehicle to tow a Rook, which I can explain more about if you'd like, that is a vehicle that is being appropriated to this region from the Homeland Security Domestic Regional Task Force. They have indicated in their 5-year plan that they want one of these vehicles in every region throughout the state for Homeland Security, so it will be a regional asset. And we will need a vehicle to tow that. We don't have one big enough to tow that vehicle. So as far as our handguns go, they are at the end of their service life. And in order for us to update them, it will cost the exact same amount to purchase new handguns. So it's only fiscally responsible to bring that before you now. We are seeking to use the state and the federal law enforcement trust funds, so that money is there and available and appropriate
per Florida statute for this type of appropriation. I can get into the types of handguns and why that is, but the important thing to note is to update them, repair them to a state where they would be functional will cost the exact same as buying the new handguns with the trade-in of our current handguns. And I will be back in 2 to 3 years asking for handguns again, because it does not extend the life for another 10 years. It only gives you an additional couple of years with those parts being replaced. So again, I'll be happy to take any questions you have. I can explain any of these in more detail if you'd like, but probably the best thing to do at this point would be to open it for your questions.
Excellent. Commissioner Matlow, you pulled the item. You have the floor.
Sure, and thank you, Chief. I appreciate you taking the time to address the item anytime.
Absolutely.
We had citizen comments on consent. I just like to pull it so people know what's going on. I think you've answered some of the questions, but can you speak to the second firearm policy as far as personal firearms being allowed and where this could take us?
Sure. The vast majority of officers carry a backup weapon in case your primary weapon were to malfunction, be taken from you, that type of thing. And right now, our officers, if they choose to do that, have to purchase and carry their own weapon. From a department standpoint and an accountability standpoint, that makes it very difficult for us to regulate which types of weapons can be carried, how they can be carried, the type of ammo for those weapons can be a 40 caliber, 45 caliber, a 357, any of those types of things. So by going to one weapon and one backup weapon that we issue, we have control over that. Our ammo costs are going to go down tremendously because we will have one type of ammo that we can buy in bulk. And when you do that, you get a much reduced price. So it's better oversight, better care, and better fiscally.
Great. So this will take us in a direction where all firearms being carried would be department issued?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. And I think that makes perfect sense. The second question I had, it's not really pertains, well, actually, one more question. The funding for this item's coming from federal and state, so does this actually clear up funding? Would this be expenses the city would have to carry if we didn't go this route?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the final conversation isn't on the item, but just the Rook in general, and we don't need to go into the details at this meeting, but I think a lot of people see that and they get concerns about the militarization of police and, why do they need that? What's happening? And we're not accepting that today, but I think that question needs to be answered,
Sure.
for the public of if we need it. I think it's a question for the commission. Is this what our police force should look like? I mean, there's just not enough details right now to debate the back and forth, but I could see somebody pulling up a video of that and being concerned of the appearances when you have YouTube videos of it crashing through glass and that sort of thing, and just that question of what our force looks like when we talk about community policing and bridging the community. So I just wanted to throw that out there today to make sure we're prepared to answer those types of questions in the future.
Sure. Could I respond to that?
Sure.
Yeah. One of the things to understand with any type of vehicle like this is, and does everybody understand what a Rook is? I know you were provided.
Please explain what a Rook is.
Okay. Hopefully you can see this. If not, I'll walk up closer. May I approach? Or can you see it? This is a Bobcat. Okay. That is what a Rook is. The only difference is, obviously ours has armor protection, bulletproof protection on it. But it's basically a tracked Bobcat. Again, if you're familiar with a Caterpillar Bobcat, that's what it is. It allows us to, again, it's a regional asset, and it does allow us, if I were to be shot, or you were to be shot, or a child was to be shot, and down in a front yard, still alive, asking for help, but there's a gunman between that person and us, we have to have some type of means to safely go up and get between that gunman, that danger, and that person that needs to be rescued. And that's what armored vehicles allow us to do. They have other purposes. This one certainly has a regional purpose for hurricanes and other type of things. It has a forklift on it where you can pick up a car that's in the way or stranded. You can move trees out of roads. I mean, there are unlimited, potential for this vehicle, and it's not just tactical. Yes, it has a tactical component, and we're not saying it doesn't. But please understand, it has multiple uses and will be used throughout our region, which is why, again, our Homeland Security, Regional Domestic Security Task Force is placing one of the, actually the plan is to place 2 in each region. Some regions, Miami, Jacksonville, those type of areas may need 3 or 4. We probably can deal with 1 just in our region. But it is part of their 5-year plan to protect our state from domestic security, or for domestic security.
Excellent. Commissioner Matlow?
That's satisfactory. Thank you.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to emphasize the regional impact. So that means surrounding counties would also have access to this and not just here in Tallahassee.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing no further comments, Commissioner Matlow moves staff recommendation, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
We are on item number 11.01. Mr. Cooke.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. This item is before you for approval and ratification of appointments to the Tallahassee Leon County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. There are 3 recommended actions, options 1, 2, and 3, but they're all the same. Each is to approve an individual. So if you approve options 1, 2, and 3, you will approve appointment of Gina Giacomo, Bernice McMillan, and Jean Louise O'Connor.
Move acceptance.
Second.
It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Cook. All right, we are on the introduction of ordinances. Madam Attorney, 12.01, please. Having a hard time hearing you.
Well, you might
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I asked you to bear with me a little bit today. I have some pretty long titles to read, but we'll get through them. Item number 12.01 is the introduction of ordinance number 20-0-27, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, repealing section 21-92 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee regarding electric costs, creating the section 21-211 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee, granting authority for the general manager, electric and gas utilities, to establish an electric utility service manual setting forth requirements and adopting policies and procedures applicable to the provision of electric service by the city. Further authorizing the general manager, electric and gas utility to make amendments or revisions to the manual, amending section 21-243 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee regarding charges, repealing section 21-251 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee regarding electrical installations, providing for severability and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 20-0-27 and set the first and only public hearing for December 9, 2020 at 5:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Now, any questions for the city attorney on the introduction of that ordinance? Madam Attorney, you actually have a recommended action of option number 1. Do you want us to take option, or do you want to just read it into the record?
Just go ahead, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Madam Mayor Pro Tem makes the motion for option number 1, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously. We're on 12.02.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 12.02, introduction of ordinance number 20-0-45, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee City Commission amending Chapter 17, Article 4 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, entitled Right-of-Way Use, revising Section 17-124 to amend definitions, revising Section 17-301 to amend registration requirements, revising city department names and representatives throughout the ordinance, revising sections revising section 17-306 and 17-307 to amend general permit conditions, revising general enforcement remedies, suspension and revocation of permits, revising section 17-308 to amend appellate rights, revising section 17-309 to amend insurance requirements, revising section 17-310 relating to indemnification, revising section 17-311 to require a construction bond, amending section 17-312 to remove security fund requirement and delete references to the security fund throughout the ordinance, amending section 17-316 relating to pass-through providers, amending the title of Division 4, amending section 17-401 and 17-402 relating to permit requirements, amending section 17-403 relating to objective design standards, amending section 17-404 relating to waiver of objective design standards, amending section 17-500 relating to applicability, amending section 17-502 relating to permit requirements and application review timeframes, revising section 17-503 relating to small wireless facility co-location permit conditions, revising section 17-504 relating to objective design standards, providing for severability and conflicts and an effective date.
Move acceptance. Probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. 12.03, Madam Attorney.
Thank you. And for clarity for the public hearing, the first and only public hearing for that ordinance is set for December 9th, 2020 at 5:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall. Okay, item number 12.03 is the introduction of ordinance number 20-Z-30, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the Southwood Plan Unit Development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, providing for conflicts and providing for severability and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 20-Z-30 and set the first and only public hearing for January 27, 2021 in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment or questions, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. 12.04, Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 12.04 is introduction of ordinance number 20-Z-40, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, changing the zoning classification of land from high-intensity urban activity center AC and lake protection LP to park storage timberlane plan unit development, providing for conflict, severability, and effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 20-Z-40 and set the first and only public hearing for December 9, 2020 at 5:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem for staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment or question, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have any other ordinances to be read into the record?
No.
Thank you.
No.
We're on policy formation and direction. Madam City Manager, 13.01.
Thank you, Mayor. This item seeks your approval to add Emancipation Day as a paid holiday for eligible city employees.
It is my honor and privilege to recognize the Mayor Pro Tem on this item for comments and a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is, as the mayor said, it's my honor and privilege to welcome our time traveler who has come back to help us with this item. General McCook from 1865. Would you please come forward?
Hey, General.
I'm pleased to be here this afternoon. I'm Brigadier General Edward Moody McCook. And I want to take you back to May 20, 1865, when for the first time the Emancipation Proclamation was read in Florida. This happened on the steps of the Knott House. So let's all travel back in time. very pleased to be part of this very important proclamation today. Commissioners, citizens of Tallahassee, since I arrived in town, many of you have come to me seeking the assistance of my command to order the Negroes to return to work in the fields. Meanwhile, the Negroes have approached me, wanting to know whether they are still slaves or are now free men. I am here now to tell you that I can no more order the Negroes back into the fields than I can order the owners into those fields. By order of President Lincoln, the bondsmen are no longer held in bondage. I have President Lincoln's proclamation here, which I will now read in an attempt to answer questions you might have concerning the status of the bondsmen. The proclamation is dated January 1, 1863. Whereas on the 22nd day of September in the year of our Lord, 1862, a proclamation was issued by the President of the United States containing, among other things, the following. That on the first day of January in the year of our Lord, 1863, all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then, thenceforward, and forever free. And the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authority thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of such persons, and will do no act or acts to repress such persons, or any of them, in any efforts they may make for their actual freedom. That the executive will, on the first day of January aforesaid, by proclamation, designate the states and parts of states, in any, if which the people thereof respectively shall then be in rebellion against the United States, and the fact that any state or the people thereof shall on the day be, in good faith, represented in the Congress of the United States by members chosen thereto at elections wherein a majority of the qualified voters of such state shall have participated, shall, in the absence of strong contravailing testimony, be deemed conclusive evidence that such state and the people thereof are not then in rebellion against the United States. Now, therefore, I, Abraham Lincoln, the President of the United States, by virtue of the power in me vested as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, in time of actual armed rebellion against the authority and government of the United States, and as a fit and necessary war measure for suppressing said rebellion, do on this first day of January, in the year of our Lord, 1863, and in accordance with my purpose so to do publicly, proclaim for the full period of 100 days from the day first above mentioned, order and designate as the states and parts of states wherein the people thereof respectively are in this day in rebellion against the United States the following: Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, except the parishes of St. Bernard, Plaquemines, Jefferson, St. John, St. Charles, St. James Assumption, Terrebonne, Lafourche, St. Mary, St. Martin, and Orleans, including the city of New Orleans, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, except the 48 counties designated as West Virginia, and also the counties of Berkeley, Accomack, Northampton, Elizabeth City, York, Princess Anne, and Norfolk, including the cities of Norfolk and Portsmouth, and which accepted parts are for the present left precisely as if this proclamation were not issued. And by the virtue of the power and for the purpose aforesaid, I do order and declare that all persons held as slaves within said designated states and parts of states are and henceforward shall be free. and that the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authorities thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of said persons. And I hereby enjoin upon the people so declared to be free to abstain from all violence unless in necessary self-defense. And I recommend to them that in all cases when allowed, they labor faithfully for reasonable wages. And I further declare and make known that such persons of suitable condition will be received into the armed service of the United States to garrison forts, positions, stations, and other places, and to man vessels of all sorts in said service. And upon this act, sincerely believed to be an act of justice, warranted by the Constitution upon military necessity, I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, the first day of January in the year of our Lord, 1863, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 87th, by the President, Abraham Lincoln.
Thank you, Chairman Cooke.
You're welcome. Pleasure to be here.
Mayor Pro Tem's recognized for comments.
What you just heard was the reading of the proclamation, the Emancipation Proclamation that was read here in Florida, in Tallahassee, no less, on May 20th, 1865. We hold these truths to be self-evident that on May 20th, 1865 until now, Emancipation Day in Florida is May 20th. And so what we've asked staff to do, and staff has amply done so, as Ellen comes forward to provide additional information, is to look at what it would take to make Emancipation Day, May 20th, a paid holiday for city employees, following suit with our county counterparts who did that in a previous meeting. So if we could have you come forward and provide additional information regarding the agenda item.
Well, I believe Ellen's available for comment or for any questions, but let's keep the ball rolling.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the motion for the staff recommendation, option number 1.
Second.
And it's been properly seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Are there any questions for Ms. Blair? Yeah, I thought you had. All those in favor of this incredible item, and let me just say personally, thank you for bringing this before the commission. This is important. Real quick, there's a lot of questions out there, and some people don't understand the difference between Juneteenth and May 20th. Will you go into a little bit of the difference?
Absolutely. As Chairman Cooke just read to you, on May 20th, 1865 is when the word came to Florida. On June 19th, 1865, the word finally made it to Texas.
That's right.
And so that's why it is called Juneteenth. But in Florida, we call it Emancipation Day, and it has been celebrated since that time here in the state of Florida on May 20th.
The Mayor Pro Tem has properly moved option number 1, creating a city holiday, city paid holiday for Emancipation Day on May 20th, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Again, thank you.
Thank you. If I may thank Assistant City Manager Raul Lavin for his connection to General McCook, for having him make a personal appearance here. He wasn't able to meet us in person this year because of COVID, so it's good to see you. We hope to see you next year at the Knott House on May 20th.
General, I'm very curious to know how you got through security with that sword on your uniform, but that's a story for another day, I guess. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Is Raul that old? Is that what we're saying?
Thank you, colleagues.
All righty, we are on item number 13.02, Madam Manager.
Yes, Mayor, this item seeks your direction regarding the renaming of a portion of Gamble Street to the Robert and Trudy Perkins Boulevard. As you will recall, during the September 9th meeting, you requested that staff bring back an item identifying the process for renaming portions of Gamble Street. to the Robert and Trudy Perkins Boulevard. This item brings that information forward, and a portion of the road, under consideration, it runs from FAMU Way to Ardelia Court. We have Renetta Marshall, who's here to respond to any questions you may have or address any concerns.
Excellent. Ms. Marshall, will you walk us through the process real quick?
Yes, Mayor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You heard quite eloquently from the previous speakers concerning Robert and Trudy Perkins, and so I'm here to focus on the process, as the mayor has asked. This process for renaming streets is administered by Leon County. The process begins with a petition, and depending on the results of the petition, it could go two ways. If there are 100% of approval from the abutting property, then it's handled administratively through Leon County addressing section. If you receive 75% and less than 100%, then that goes to what's termed the addressing steering committee, and that consists of both county and city representatives. And if approved by the steering committee, then it goes to the county commission with coordination with the city commission. As was stated, this section is under the city's purview, and that goes from FAMU Way to Ardelia Court. It's either Ardelia Court or Perry Street, and we're going to update that information. And there's also another section of Gamble Street that's under FAMU's jurisdiction that goes from Perry Street east all the way to MLK Junior Boulevard. And city staff has been coordinating with FAMU to coordinate these efforts. So based on the commission's actions today, staff is ready and prepared to begin the petition process, and I'm be glad to answer any additional questions.
Excellent. Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized. You brought this item before us. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to thank you, staff, for doing the legwork and bringing it forward. I would just ask one additional thing is that we've been provided, all of us have been provided, history and documentation regarding Robert and Trudy Perkins, and I would like that information to be stored with as a matter of record, so that when we're no longer here, someone will be able to come back and see why that street would have that name. So if we could include that in our records, in the agenda item, or wherever we store it for historical purposes, so that when delatry or little delatries come along to do their research, they will be able to find it. Because we have people out there who do that kind of research. And so it is my desire that I'll make a motion that we provide staff with the recommendation to move forward in this process. So I move that the staff move forward in their process.
Mr. Mayor, I would second that, and I would also recommend.
Been properly moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. You have the floor, sir.
I would also recommend to the Mayor Pro Tem that maybe now that we have acquired the Riley House Museum, that information be housed in or at the Riley House Museum, so that it's part of our.
That's great. That's a great idea. Great idea.
Wonderful. Ms. Marshall, did you receive the direction formally in that motion that we need to begin the petition process?
Yes, sir.
Madam Manager, you're comfortable with it. I think it's a great motion. Any other comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on item number 13.03. And colleagues, I am going to pass the gavel to the Mayor Pro Tem. I have had conversations with the city manager and the city attorney on this item. I serve on the board of directors for the Appalachia Center in an unpaid volunteer position. However, this is one of those unique times when we are seeking the acquisition of services. And although the law speaks that I do not have a conflict of interest, obviously there is an appearance of a conflict of interest. So out of the abundance of caution, I will be recusing myself from this vote and leaving the chambers. It is all yours.
Thank you. Can you pass the gavel? Did you pass it? I just need to come over here and get it myself.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I got it. Madam City Manager, Deputy City Manager.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, this item, we're very pleased to bring an update on this item, the Behavioral Health Crisis Intervention Response Unit. With your leadership and your direction over the past few months, we have been working very diligently to bring back a number of initiatives to address the mental health concerns in our community. Whether it arises from the stresses of the pandemic or from other individual crises, we know that mental health is a major issue as it relates to public safety and the quality of life. And I'm very pleased today for our staff to provide an update on what we believe will be a bold community-based initiative to address mental illness and working with mental illness, mostly as it relates to receiving public safety calls. We have a team of dedicated employees from our led by Abena, Chief Revel, I see Chief Gaines that's here. And today we're seeking your authorization to enter into a formal partnership with the Appalachia Center to pilot a new crisis response unit for our community. While Abena will be giving the presentation, she's accompanied by the two chiefs, and they will be available for questions and concerns that you may have.
Thank you, Madam City Manager.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to present. I was looking around because I had a whole posse that was here with me, and they're kind of hiding a bit. Socially distanced. We're very excited to bring this back to you. This was your leadership and your direction to us, and I'm joined by Chief Revel and Chief Gaines, and our staff, our respective groups have actually been meeting since September, just trying to put some guardrails and some structure around just an idea that was granted. But we know it is an idea whose time has come. And so today, if you'll indulge me, I will just briefly review what the proposal is and get your feedback, and in particular, the recommendation we have to partner with our community agency, Appalachia Center, to kick this off. So you will remember September 9th, you approved a series of initiatives because you saw that there was increasing need for mental health support, whether it was because of COVID or as you keep hearing from our community members. We started at an individual assistance level, partnering with the county and with 211 Big Bend to increase navigators who can listen to people and connect them with mental health services, and that's ongoing right now. You also wanted us to look at the neighborhood level, how we can bring mental health assistance closer to where people live. And we're working right now with our neighborhood affairs team as well as external partners to bring those resources in what we're calling resilience hubs. These are service centers that are in our vulnerable communities. But today we're going to focus on the community-wide response. You told us to get back and think about it some more, develop an agreement or some kind of formal structure for us to move forward, and that's what I'll explain today. As I mentioned, the team that's been working, led by the fire department and the police department, as well as Appalachia Center, Jay Reeves, who's in the room, but also our friends at the Consolidated Dispatch Agency. We don't even underestimate the level of work that's required, but we're all excited and we're eager to put roll our sleeves up and get started. My team includes our Human Service Division, and we naturally manage a lot of the outside agency partnerships that the city has with human service providers. And so we're really honored to just facilitate the conversation between these multiple agencies. The name I did not come up with, but I think it's going to stick. We're calling it TEAM. That's the Tallahassee Emergency Assessment Mobile Response Unit. That acronym maybe can be massaged a little bit, but I think we're doing better than some of the other states. We are envisioning a pilot team that will consist of a licensed mental health professional that is hired, trained, and administered and housed within the Appalachia Center. And so they will be plugged in quite literally with all the other professionals there, have access to state-of-the-art technology and training, and also have access to the existing mobile response team that gives them telemedicine and the ability to connect with other professionals just at the touch of the button. We also would pair an EMT or a paramedic, and you know that our fire department boasts one of the largest men and women that are trained in advanced and basic life services. They're ready to roll, and they can contribute on-site medical assessment as needed for responses. And then lastly, we have several, actually over 180, I think, men and women in the TPD that are trained in crisis intervention teams. And this is in partnership with national organizations for mental health, with Leon County, district courts. This has been going on for decades. And so we have a group of men and women to pull from as well. But as envisioned, this is a pilot that will begin with 3 people that are stationed together at Station 1, which is at the heart of the city, Station 1, a fire station. They're moving together, they're working together, they're dispatched together, and they're serving the community together. And we're hoping that this team approach will yield significant improvements in the way we respond to some of the calls that often come in, whether it's through 911 or through our non-emergency lines. I want to stress that in this pilot initiative, because we're dipping our toes or all the toes in at the same time, we're focused on a small sliver of calls that are nonviolent, that tend to lead to Baker Acts. And the graph on that side just shows you just a glimpse. In an average year, most of the calls are varied, but there is a small percentage that comes in that leads to Baker Acts. There could be calls that are mental health or behavioral crisis related that don't always lead to Baker Acts. And so as we kind of venture into this and bite off a piece that we think we can manage safely, these are calls that we'll be primarily beginning with. We estimate it's over 2,300 of those calls that come in throughout the year. That's more than 6 a day. And so it's still significant, but it gives you insight into the volume of calls that our law enforcement team is already responding to and how we might better enhance their services and their reach in the community by bolstering them with another team that may be better trained to deal with that. And so we have some very preliminary estimates of just how that translates into hours. What's not included here is the thousands of dollars and thousands of hours that our fire department also spends, that other professionals spend, our EMS teams or even the sheriff's office. There are multiple people that show up at first responder calls. And we haven't even calculated the fiscal impact, not to mention the ripple effects of public safety issues. And so this is just a small glance. But I think in this pilot year, we'll be able to gather the kind of data that can come back to you to decide if this is something we want to continue with. Previously, in your September meeting and as part of your budget hearing, you approved $500,000 for this initiative. And so we know that in conversation with the Appalachian Center, we're proposing 2 personnel that is included in that line there, as well as personnel from fire and police that will assist implementation. We've also will use part of the money you approved to acquire vehicles to do training. We actually have one that's already lined up. Even if you don't approve it, we'll still love to learn from Cahoot's model in Oregon. They'll be meeting with the team in December and just sharing some of their insights for over 30 years of doing this really successfully. And so, commissioners, today, the option before you is to authorize the city manager or his designee to execute an agreement with Appalachian Center to pilot a behavioral health emergency response unit for nonviolent calls for service. And we are more than happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Abena. Any questions, colleagues? Concerns? Commissioner Richardson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. As one who has a background in...
Commissioner Richardson, I'm being told that we need to get into the mic because they're not able to hear us.
All right. As one who has a background and training in mental health services, I am excited that we are on the cutting edge of this kind of intervention for those who are experiencing mental health needs in our community. Jay, thank you, and Appalachia for what you've done over the years. When I was a student at Florida State University, I did an internship at Water Oak, when it was out on Thomasville Road. It was a facility for teenagers who were experiencing mental and behavioral health issues. And so I'm excited, commissioners and Mayor Pro Tem, that we are on the cutting edge in providing this kind of service for the residents and guests of our great city. And so I would move option 1 so that we can move forward with this pilot project. And I'm sure at the end of the pilot, it will be something that we will want to incorporate on an ongoing basis in the services that we provide here in the city of Tallahassee.
Properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, second by the other psychologist on the panel, Dr. Elaine Bryant. Did anyone else want to have any? Okay, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, and thank you, Abena, and your team for all the work you put into this. I think this is a exciting first step.
we'll be watching anxiously to see how the pilot rolls out and see how we can expand it. But I think this will be a great benefit to the community. So thank you.
Commissioner Bryant, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, let me just do a final comment and also say commendations for a job well done. And in addition to that, to say that this is a perfect example of responsiveness to our city and the requests that they have made, and that we have it in action within months, really, of the request. Commendations for a job well done.
Thank you. One of the questions that I received from citizen was, why was it a pilot? And I did my best to explain that, you really need to test things out before you go full throttle. And you really can't do a program fully with $500,000. So it's a pilot so you can work the kinks out, make sure things, I want to make sure that I'm saying it correctly. Abena, would you, our chiefs, one of you chiefs say something to it? Why it's a pilot?
I'm glad you said it, especially about the cost of doing it, because I think we all know that if we want a safe community, we have to invest in it. But this pilot does allow us to focus on a targeted group of calls for service. It allows our teams to start to gel and to work together, actually go on site with each other. It allows us time to hire and train the best that are uniquely positioned to serve this community. And then it gives us data that you can rest on. So we can come back and say, these are the calls that we responded to, here's the outcome, here are the kind of results we're seeing, and then we can make the proper investment that the community wants.
Thank you. And let's make sure we continue to educate our community on what this is and what it is not and what we're doing. So let's make sure we talk to them and let them know that, in case we don't make it to every call, we're making it to as many calls as we can to try to help. Hearing no other comment, motion has been properly made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you very much. Motion carries. Mr. Mayor, you may now re-enter the room. Have your gavel back.
All right, we're on item number 13.04. Madam Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And Mayor and Commissioners, as you know, the city receives annual entitlement grant funds from HUD to support our affordable housing and community development priorities. HUD requires the development of a 5-year consolidated plan and an annual action plan detailing the proposed activities. Today, we're asking for your initial feedback and direction. We will bring the full plan and corresponding budget to you in December for consideration and adoption during the public hearing. Abena Argentayo will provide a brief overview about the planning process, particularly highlighting the initial findings following extensive stakeholder engagement and market analyses, as well as a summarized and proposed strategies. Abena? Oh, she's there.
Thank you. Commissioners, we will try in about 4 minutes to break down hundreds of pages of information, but also give you an opportunity, and we so desire, for direction on how we set the 5-year consolidated plan to HUD. You may recall from your housing workshop about a year, at least a year ago, where we walked through some of these. And so this is a regular part of the city's work. We do it every 5 years, and this is the time. Due to COVID, we've graciously received extensions to the deadline from HUD, and so we're hoping to submit it December 31st, and you will have the full plan. You will have a copy of this, and so if you can't read it, this just summarizes that what I've said before, we do it every 5 years. It is collaborative, is intended for us to partner with multiple stakeholders in the community that support in some way affordable housing, human services, or some other community development priority. We focus this plan on only the HUD entitlement funds that we receive. That is community development block grants. We get home dollars for housing, and we also get emergency solutions grants that is reserved for homelessness related activities. However, HUD expects us to leverage additional funding, whether it's from the state or from our local resources, to achieve our objectives. And so this plan will reference some of those funds, but when you see dollars, it only references what HUD allocates to us. And of course, the program has to be directed to low and moderate income residents that are making 80% or less of our AMI. So as I mentioned, we have an allocation every year that HUD lets us know that we are entitled to. They don't give it to us in advance. We have to work and prove it, and then we get reimbursed for it. And so each year we plan around what that annual allocation will be. And this is what we're thinking, what we know now will be the allocation from HUD for FY21. We, as part of this process, we go through a market analysis. We have a consultant team that has assisted us, and there, as I mentioned, several of your attachments references, and there'll be more coming for your reading pleasure at night. I know you love to read this kind of information. But we've looked at everything from to understand the environmental conditions in which we're operating our housing programs and our human services program. We're looking at the age of our housing stock. We're looking at how many people are housing cost burdened. We're looking at the types of properties, the number of units, and we're allowing that to help us see where the issues might be and where the opportunities might be. One of the early challenges that has come out of the market analysis is what's listed before you. There's a lack of smaller affordable units. We have significantly, our inventory is mostly detached homes, 3 bedrooms or more, not many smaller ones. We lack units that are affordable to folks that are really low income. We have plenty that are affordable for those that make about our area median income, but not much exists for those that are extremely low income or low income. We also have, as I mentioned, an older housing stock. Most of our houses were built 50 or so years ago, and so they're aging and presents us with unique challenges. And then just on the economic side, we lack jobs that are adequate to meet the number of workers that are ready to work. The consolidated plan also highlights what we call a NRSA, Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy area. And this was an area that was designated many years ago. And every year we have an opportunity to look at the performance in that area and revise it as needed. While we're not recommending the revision of the boundary for this year submission, immediately after submission, we can begin the work to align it. The importance with the NRSA is simply that HUD gives you more flexibility to spend in public services. And I think historically what has been done is to try to line it up with other areas that you all have designated as priorities, whether it's CRA district or opportunity zones and so forth. So this is what it looks like now, and I think it'll be familiar to most of you, from Tharp Street at the top all the way down to Orange Avenue on the south. We looked at how the NRSA performs in relationship to the rest of Tallahassee. Several data, I just highlighted one here, but when we asked the question of who's cost burden, and we compare that with what it looks like in the NRSA, it gives us some insights on where we might focus some strategies. Now, while the NRSA gives us flexibility in funding, you can implement programs anywhere that meets HUD's revitalization strategies or income limitations. But the NRSA just allows the city to designate it if we choose to. We also looked at community needs. We've asked questions of residents in public surveys. We've also asked it in public meetings. And certain things start to bubble up for us at this juncture. A lot of responses on housing rehab, for home ownership, and housing for homeless. You might have heard this already in many of your comments, so I think some of this may not be new, but just to show that some of this did emerge out of surveys. But also on the public service side, there's a lot of interest in supportive services, again, homelessness needs, and crime prevention and employment training. Finally, we look at the analysis of impediments to fair housing, and it's a jumble of words, and all that means is that HUD requires us as a community to make sure that people are aware about how to access fair housing, to understand what rights they have, and that we do the best we can locally to make sure there are no impediments to people experiencing fair housing. So there's been extensive analysis that we've done on that side as well to understand some of the policies that might get in the way, but also people's perceptions. And what we found is that we do need to increase awareness about fair housing and for both landlords and for tenants. And so we want to spend some resources in the coming years to do that. We also saw that their disability is a major reason why people will file complaints for fair housing. We also saw that there is insufficient supply of affordable rental and homeownership in high opportunity areas. And the inverse is also true. We have a lot of low quality housing that is concentrated in certain areas. So we have some work to do to try to deconcentrate poverty and to disperse options as many places across the city as possible. Our inclusionary housing ordinance, for example, is a great tool that we can use to do that. I think it just quit on me. Can you go? Are you able to click next for me? Okay, so to wrap it up and what we're looking for direction for, this plan and the full details will be before you for public comment for 30 days, but we have identified 6-level strategies that we would like to focus on, and under each of these strategies, HUD will ask us to list specific activities and allocate funding to them. That's the full plan will be presented for you in December that lists those activities and the funding levels, but at this time, we're looking for direction, feedback, if any of this seems off track, or if you want to stress any additional points. The next slide just summarizes what I just said about the path. And so if I leave this here for your reference, it's also in your agenda packet, and I'm open to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
So, as you know, I serve on the board of TLC. And one of the things that we have talked about, Tallahassee Lenders Consortium, one of the things that we have talked about is not everyone who wants to be a homeowner wants a single detached residence. They might want a duplex or a quad. Is that something that can be considered through this plan? Those types of housing options? It can,
and it can be highlighted more specifically. We've been talking locally, and actually I think commissioners, both at the city and the county level, have considered ideas like middle housing, where we focus on scalable, neighborhood scale developments that are not too aggressive and doesn't change too quickly from a single detached unit, but allow us to get more density in, and also at affordable prices for those that are looking for something in between. So that's a strategy we can certainly focus on and at least highlight in the plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem.
I noticed that one of the item number 4 talks about the neighborhood first plans, and I know we have several neighborhood first plans, or we are waiting for neighborhood first plans. That would be citywide, not necessarily in a particular district, correct?
The neighborhood first plans, or for this strategy?
The neighborhood first plans for this strategy.
So what we have an opportunity to do with this consolidated plan is leverage resources that the city may have already invested. And so where there are neighborhood first plans that receive, for example, CRA funding and others that may not, the consolidated plan could be an approach to provide additional funding, but it also could be a way to just leverage what is already funded to increase the impact that's possible in an area. So it could be also within the CRA district. But this was one of the feedbacks from the various discussions as an opportunity to leverage new funding into that process, which you all have vetted as the preferred approach for engaging with neighborhoods.
So for neighborhood first plans that have not been funded yet, what role would it play into this strategy?
Sure. So often what we've seen in some of the early neighborhood first plans are there activities that neighbors identified that leverage what departments may already be doing. And so in this way, this consolidated plan as it relates to housing and human services, we could support projects that the neighborhoods have identified in their neighborhood first plan. It may not be all of the entire plan, but I think what has worked in the past is every department comes to the table with these neighborhoods and try to identify resources that they can bring to bear to help them to implement their plan. So this consolidated plan could reserve funding that promotes neighborhood first objectives that are in line with what HUD wants us to do.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, Mayor Pro Tem moves staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Abena. We certainly appreciate it. Item number 13.05, Madam Manager.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, during your meeting on May 13th, you approved the use of a term contract broker to market 3.46 acre property owned by the city on Mahan, that's located on Mahan Drive at the Weems Road Extension. As a result of these marketing efforts, we received 10 proposals from various developers and end users. This agenda item seeks your approval to sell the site to the top bidder, which is ViStar Credit Union, and for the amount of $3.5 million. The proposed sale has been reviewed and approved by our real estate committee, and Robert Culverhouse is here with a short presentation and to address any questions you may have.
Excellent. Robert, thank you so much for joining us. Before you start, just a couple of things, and I want to put the manager and the attorney on notice as well. There's several comments that were made during public comment regarding this item. Number one, and Madam Attorney, from a legal standpoint, there was the accusation that we have broken the long-term agreement for conservation. I would like for you to address that after the presentation. Also, specifically, Mr. Wilson, our friend, has brought up the issue of why is it recommended that the monies from the sale being placed in the reserve fund instead of going into affordable housing. Madam Manager, we spoke about that today as well. So I think if we could have those covered also within the presentation, that'd be great. And I'm sure there'll be other questions and comments from the commission. Robert, thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon. In 2016, the city purchased 12 acres on Mahan Drive for the construction of the Weems Road Extension project. The 3.46 acre parcel that is subject to this item was is the surplus land that was left over after the construction was done and was not needed for the roadway itself. In response to our marketing efforts, we received 10 purchase proposals for various developments, including a car wash, a convenience store with fuel service, a child care center, multiple mixed-use retail restaurant plans, and 2 credit unions. Overall, the proposal received from ViStar Credit Union received top marks. As you can see from the conceptual site plan here, ViStar intends to construct a 2-story regional bank building with a call center on the 2nd floor. The branch and contact center are expected to create up to 50 new jobs for the city of Tallahassee. In addition, ViStar has agreed to preserve a large 67-inch live oak tree along the Mahan Road frontage as part of their development. Staff is recommending option 1 and request approval to move forward with the sale to ViStar Credit Union in the amount of $3.5 million. Staff's recommendation supports economic development objective 1B of the city's strategic plan, which seeks to create opportunities for new industries to locate in Tallahassee. Option 1 also requests a deviation from the real estate policy requirement for a second appraisal. We've had one appraisal done on the property, which indicated a value range of $2.2 to $2.6 million. Given that all 10 proposals received meet or exceed this value range, we believe a second appraisal is not necessary in this case. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Robert. Certainly appreciate it. Madam Manager, why is the recommendation for the proceeds of the sale not to go into the affordable housing line, but rather to go into our reserve?
Okay, I want to have Raul provide the specific information, but our policy does require that we maintain our deficiency fund levels at a certain level. We are under that level right now. So I want Raul to give you an overview of the policy, where the funding level currently is, and why we're making that recommendation.
Thank you. Raul, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Manager, Mayor, and Commissioners. Yes, the city's finance policy, which is approved by the City Commission, requires that any land sales go to the deficiencies fund in the event that the deficiencies fund is underfunded per the policy level. So as you all know, if we've explained during the budget process, the policy level requires 2 months operating expenses, which equates to about $27 million. Right now, that balance is at $20.7 million, and there's lots of reasons why that balance is at the level it is right now. Mostly, we had to upfront a lot of FEMA expenses over the last couple of years related to storms. This is the fund that allows us to do that. This is also the fund that allows us to balance the budget, like we'll have to do when we bring you the closeout item in a couple of weeks, as a result of everything that we've gone through over the last 7 months. So that fund right now, per policy level, is not funded at the level it should be. It's at about 76.9%. Once we close out the books for this past budget cycle, they'll be at around 70%. As Jim can attest, the credit rating agencies look at that all the time. to see if we're maintaining that policy level. And a few years ago, when we had almost depleted that fund, they had put us on a negative credit watch as it relates to the low balances in that fund. So that is a policy that the commission has. In the event that the deficiencies fund is fully funded, then it would go to support general government capital projects, which, unlike the utilities, there's not a lot of cash to be able to do that. And so we've been able to do some general government projects. But as it stands right now, that fund balance is below policy level.
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, Raul, have we been fully reimbursed by FEMA from
No.
Hurricane Michael?
We're still working on that.
Any other questions for Raul? Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to make sure that the listening audience is clear. Our current reserves, we're operating at a deficiency level that we need to replenish. And some of it is due to a lack of reimbursement from the feds. And some of it is also due to what we've had to do to respond to COVID over the last 7 months. So just want to be clear that that's why these funds are going into this reserve area.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to compliment what the Mayor Pro Tem has had to say. Our first priority is the fiscal health of this city. And you know, if our deficiencies fund is sufficiently underfunded as it is, and that has to be our first priority. Bill, as you've seen from the presentation, we certainly prioritize affordable housing in the community. And I even asked the question, based on how low the deficiency fund was, if we could put some of this money into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. But given where we are at 70%, I think it would be in the city's best interest that we put 100% of the proceeds from this sale into that deficiencies fund so that we can protect the fiscal health of our city. And so that's why we would be making that decision today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Attorney, the question came up during public testimony about the conservation easement in perpetuity. Would you like to address that? Microphone, please.
My understanding, I am not aware of any conservation easement on the property that prevents the city from selling this property.
Okay. Madam Manager, any further comment?
No.
Okay.
Mayor?
Commissioner Richardson.
I did have, I know that Mr. Epstein made a comment about, and I can't remember his wording. He did send me an email concerning that, and I had talked with the Deputy City Manager about it in our briefing yesterday, but he talked about preserving some of the land for wetlands or something to that effect. Is that a possibility?
Well, it would be my understanding you couldn't develop the wetlands anyway. They would have to be preserved on that. If there was wetlands on the property, they would have to be preserved.
Any conditions on the property would remain and any requirements related thereto.
Mr. Tatter, you want to come help us out a little bit?
Yeah, that was the portion of the property where they were looking to us for direction on what could be.
The city attorney has hit it right on the head. If there are significant environmental features on the site, they have to be preserved if there are conservation or preservation features according to the comp plan and our environmental management regulations.
There you go.
Okay.
Valid concern.
Thank you, Mr.
Absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem.
And one other thing that Mr. Epstein mentioned too is that he wanted to talk with the developer. There's nothing to prevent him from contacting and talking to the developer after this sale.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving forward. Commissioner Bryant moves staff recommendation, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We're on 13.06, Madam Manager.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, this agenda item before you request your approval to file, execute, and administer the Federal Transportation Administration Section 5311 Non-Urbanization or Rural Area Grant. Star Metro has served as the Community Transportation Coordinator for Leon County since 2002, and this grant will provide up to $300,000 of funding for Star Metro to continue providing transportation services to residents in the non-urbanized areas of Leon County who have limited transportation choices. Matching funds for the grant are provided through the Star Metro's existing budget. And unless you have questions or concerns, Angela would be available to answer those.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, let's open it up for discussion. Questions, concerns? Commissioner Richardson.
Mr. Mayor, would this be an appropriate time to ask the question that was asked of us earlier in the meeting about the free bus passes? Angela, is that?
If you all would like to discuss it.
Angela, why don't you weigh in a little bit?
Sure. So to address the statement that was made earlier, so in 2013, as the city and county and community agencies began relocating the shelter from Tennessee Street to another location, a primary concern for the shelter clients was removing their easy access to public transportation. At the time, the City of Tallahassee committed to maintaining their access to mass transit allocation of Star Metro passes. Our service is still accessible. However, the scope and the original intent was a little smaller and geared to the individuals at the Kearney Center at that time. And of course, safety is one of our top priorities for our riders. And Star Metro supports and cares for all individuals re-engaging into society. And I can personally understand a mom that may need to get her child to a doctor's appointment or herself and then get to work. Having access to transportation is very important, so I can personally attest to that. Realistically, we have had some unintended consequences of the program, but please note that we reached out to the Kearney Center previously back in September of last year prior to COVID to begin these discussions prior to. And we have provided 201 trip passes at the time to the Kearney Center in March and also in September of this year. We've also assisted with relocating Kearney Center residents to new facilities for social distancing and at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. The most recent request of the 1,000 passes would be, of course, an additional cost to Star Metro. And of course, we want to work through these issues and come to a resolution. The program can be improved. We just want to continue our conversations with all parties and put some measurable criteria in place. And we, of course, lean to your direction on that.
Angela, thank you. Commissioner Richardson, I was aware that we've had some safety issues as well on Star Metro recently. They're working through the issues. Of course, we all want resolution, and I appreciate your hard work on that. And keep us updated on what's going on.
We will.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor, my question too is the Kearney Center reopened yet?
Not yet.
I'm not certain about that.
Okay, so if the Kearney Center is not reopened yet, I'm not understanding why we need bus passes to get there and get from there. Now, I understand to move about the city in other ways, and I hear what you're, and I think Chuck is gone now, but that's a question that I have. I know that people need to be able to move about, but we still do have those concerns, and thank you and your staff and your team for working on that, because we got to make sure that all riders are safe and feel comfortable riding the transportation. So I know you will continue to work through it.
Yes, we
but
will.
I just wanted to be sure where does the Kearney Center play into this if they're not reopened yet. So anyway, they hear me. They'll get to me.
Yes, and Mayor and Commissioners, we want to assure you that we're working with not only the Kearney Center, but other service providers to make sure there's access to essential appointments. The concern we run into is with the 31-day passes and people who get on the bus in the morning and stay on the bus all day, particularly during COVID when we have limited space available and we need to be able to transport as many people as possible and get them where they're going. So we're trying to address that, but what we can absorb is unlimited requests for passes for people who may not be involved in essential types of appointments. And then how do you raise a point, how do you make sure the other service providers have access to those tickets so that people can get those passes, so people can get to their appointments? And I can assure you that our Star Metro team is working diligently on the issue, and we'll have a solution to it.
Commissioner Matlow, you had comments as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize, the difficulty everyone's had this year with COVID and working towards the capacity on our buses, but also recognizing the challenge it's been for our human services partners to serve the homeless population, especially this year. We've had incidents in the park, and I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of, we want to do the best by the people that we can. As we address these challenges of people maybe riding all day, if there's other ways we can get around that. But I would hate to be in a position where people have an opportunity to be in a better situation, access the CARES dollars, and really improve themselves, and have transportation be a limitation. So if there's any way we can thread that needle and see how we can make sure people who actually absolutely need that transportation for a job or a medical appointment or a housing opportunity have it, at the same time controlling for some of those obstacles you mentioned. I support that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
If I could speak to that concern, so I agree with you, Commissioner Matlow, but there has to be someone who's willing to make those decisions. You know, apparently we got here because the bus passes were given and not properly administered, and no monitoring and no tracking. And so if there's a way to make sure that that happens, because we all know that the City of Tallahassee has done a yeoman's job in supporting the homeless population. Yes, we have more to do, but we've done a yeoman's job to do that, to get them in non-congregate housing and what have you. And we know that it's created some other situations. So we are working through those. I know that because I met with staff just this past week, I think it was, to talk about some options and some things that we can do to support and help make people better, those who find themselves in a homeless situation right now. Because as many of us know, we're getting some calls and concerns from the north end of town because of the North Monroe, because of what's happening there. And so we're looking at that, and we're trying to figure out the people puzzle, how to make it happen. And so the bus passes is a part of that. It's just a plug into that for the transportation piece. So I would hope that as we continue to work through this, that we find something that will work not only for those who need the services, but for those who are also trying to get to their services, to work in other places as well, so that we can have a unified community in trying to move people around.
Seeing no further comment, Mayor Pro Tem moves staff recommendation, option number 1, seconded by Dr. Bryant, Commissioner Bryant. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously. Madam Manager, do we have any other items come before us under policy formation and direction?
No, sir, we don't.
Mr. Clerk, we are on unagendaed business speakers. Do we have any unagendaed business speakers?
Yes, sir, we do. Jason Zaborski is in chambers to speak, and then he's the only one we have here, but we have 3 also virtually connected that we'll go to after him.
Excellent. Mr. Zaborski, please come join us. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Jason Zaborski, 826 Pine Street, Tallahassee. How are y'all doing?
Great.
I came to speak because recently the voters voted for the Children's Services Council, and I basically wanted to get some clarification on the process going forward, how the city and the county are going to work together, who's going to be appointed by locally, by statutory members, and who's going to, and how the process works for the governor's appointees, and what y'all's role is going to be along with the county commission, how y'all going to work together on this, or if it's just county taking the lead, or how this is going to work. And I understand you're going to be hiring an executive director in spring.
Mayor.
And I understand there's a planning committee that's been working on this for many years. I've worked with Children's Week and planned that event at the Capitol. Some of you know me. And I'd like to be involved in some way, shape, or form in the creation and formation of how this works. I've worked with David Lawrence on other children's services measures across the state. I do think that this is a very important thing for our county. There's a lot of dollars that are going to be allocated to needs in this county and city that have never been given to before to nonprofit organizations. And I think it's real important that the people here in our county understand the significance of this vote, and I hope the commissioners here in the city and county take this seriously, and we put good people in charge of those funds.
Excellent. Let me take a shot at answering some of the questions. First and foremost, I'll be more than happy when we wrap the meeting up in a second. I'll stick around, and if you want to talk about it further. So on the commission itself, you're going to have 5 people that automatically by state statute will be on the commission. Okay, that's your superintendent of schools. That is a school board member. The school board will select who that member is out of their body. You'll have 1 county commissioner. The county commission will select who that person is out of their body as well. You will have a representative from DCF, and then you will have the local judge. The chief judge will select one of the judges that will sit on it as well. The county commission formally, not the city commission, it will be the county commission formally, will take an application process, I am assuming. They will come to terms with 15 names. There will be 15 people from our local community that will be recommended to the governor's office. The governor, out of those 15 names, will select 5 people that will serve on the Children's Services Council. So, yes, we will all, I'm sure, be participating in any way that's appropriate, but we do not have a formal role from this point forward. It will be the county commission that will make those recommendations. But yeah, I'll be more than happy to talk to you further about it if you want.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Cooke.
Mayor, we have 3 additional speakers who registered to speak on unagenda items. I'm going to call their names. I'm not certain that these individuals were connected. I know the earlier folks on policy items were connected, so I will call them one by one. Jeff Blair.
Mr. Blair, are you with us?
If not Jeff Blair, is Stephen Martin.
Mr. Martin.
And the last of these 3 was registered with an email address, so it's the Community Roundtable 850, but
That's Hubba Bubba.
I believe that's Hubba Bubba. Is he with us? Are any of those 3 speakers with us? Going once. Going twice. Okay, why don't we go to City Commission information and the sharing of ideas, and then we will go into recess until our 5 o'clock public hearing. We will start with, by the way, Commissioner Bryant had to excuse herself for a conference call. She left a little early since we were wrapping up, and she will be joining us at 5 o'clock. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take the time to say thank you to the veterans. We will celebrate Veterans Day tomorrow. I know normally we would have had a parade, and unfortunately due to COVID, we're not able to do that this year, but just want to make sure veterans know that we do recognize the service that they gave, and we appreciate them for their service. And I know that we wish we could have a parade. I would love to have a parade. But hopefully next year, this time, we will be able to do our due diligence and be able to celebrate you publicly in a parade. So thank you for your service. Thank you for what you gave, and just thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, too, would like to join our Mayor Pro Tem in thanking our veterans. I come from a military family. My daughter is currently a midshipman at the United States Naval Academy, but my dad did 37 years in the Navy. My family has over 100 years of combined military service, and so we certainly want to thank all of our veterans for what they have done to make America be the great country that she is, and to protect the rights and liberties and freedoms that we all enjoy and sometimes take for granted. The other thing I wanted to bring to our attention with respect to our conversation about homelessness in our community, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, there's an issue that we haven't begun to discuss here in terms of potential homelessness. Because as you know, there's a federal moratorium on eviction at this point. And my wife and I have been talking about this. She's heard a number of eviction cases in her courtroom. And that is going to be an issue too that we're going to have to address with respect to providing housing for those individuals. She described a case to me recently where a family is being evicted, a mother and father, who both have lost their jobs due to COVID. They've got, I think she said, 3 or 4 kids, but they've been living in this house for 6 months now. And the landlord, you know, he's behind in his payments. And so she has given them through the end of the month to come up with, you know, the money that they owe him. But where they will go, we don't know. And come December 31st, when, you know, there will be others similarly situated, there is going to be a need for housing for those individuals in our community. And so I'm glad that we're at the point where we're starting to have that discussion, not just for those who are now not sheltered, but for those who want housing and just simply can't afford it because of their employment circumstances. So I put that out there so that we can also begin to make that a part of our discussion as we plan for how we're going to address housing issues in our community in the very near future.
Great point,
Mayor.
Great point. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo my colleagues' comments on Veterans Day. I think, you know, we are all disappointed that the parades had to be canceled. I do think, you know, we were criticized for not communicating that well enough, and I think that falls on all of us. I personally apologize for that. It wasn't our intent to slight anybody. It was just community-wide of how we reduce the COVID spread. So if there was any indication, you know, that was intentional. It wasn't on my part, or I think any of ours part, to target that. And in regards to Commissioner Richardson's point, I mean, I think that's going to be a national crisis that's right around the corner, this eviction crisis that's coming. So whatever we can do locally to start putting our heads together to see how we address that, I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Happy Veterans Day, everyone. So I'll take a second tomorrow in particular to thank the men and women that have served our country. Commissioner Richardson, I want to personally congratulate you on your reelection.
Thank you, sir.
I thoroughly enjoyed serving with you for the past 2 years. Look forward to serving with you in the future. That was a commanding victory. And I think it speaks well to your public service that the super majority of this community came out in your support.
Thank you, Mayor.
Along those lines, I am also extremely pleased, as it was mentioned by our public speaker earlier today, of the passage of the Children's Services Council.
Yes.
And the amazing things that body is going to do for the kids of Tallahassee Leon County. I was very proud to be the county commissioner that brought this up 2 years ago before the county commission to place it on the ballot, and to see it come full circle and pass by such strong numbers was impressive as well. And Mayor Pro Tem, you played a significant role lending your voice and support as well, and I certainly appreciate that. Finally, I want to thank each one of y'all for the passage of 13.03, the Crisis Response Team Pilot Program tonight. I think that this is going to be one of those policy issues that we look back on many years from now and said, wow, if I really knew the tremendous positive impact that this one policy item is going to have on our community, you know, I think it's really going to just be a leader, quite frankly, in the state and across the country on how we treat individuals in our community and how we respond in crisis situations. And I certainly do appreciate the passage of that. It was one of the items I brought forward in my press conference after the grand jury, and I'm glad to see us moving forward.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem.
I failed to mention that I wanted to also send congratulations to our national leadership that's in place. And we have I do have a personal connection, as do many of us. And you all already know, I don't have to tell you. But I do plan to attend the inauguration in January, should COVID allow us to. So just wanted to just recognize that we just finished a horrendous election cycle, not only with Commissioner Richardson, but with many others. And Across the way, we have a couple of new commissioners in the county. Very pleased and proud that we're going to continue to work together to make our city and our county the best that it can be. So congratulations to those new electeds. And I want to say to those that are departing that you may be leaving the dais, but you're not leaving the city. So we expect you to still be out there getting the job done with us. So I want to just add that.
Absolutely. So colleagues, we are going to recess until 5. We have a city commission public hearing at 5 o'clock with 2 items. Then we will recess again if we don't fill the entire hour and come back with our county colleagues for a comprehensive plan public hearing at 6 o'clock with 3 items. Seeing no further business, we are in recess. City Commission meeting, we have, excuse me, 2 items on the public hearing, 17.01 and 17.02. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public speakers?
Mayor, we have no speakers. We did receive 1 written comment on 1701 that was distributed to you previously and posted to board docs for the public.
Okay, we have no public speakers. Is there anybody here that would like to speak to 1701? Seeing none.
Mayor, would you
yes,
like me
ma'am.
to read it for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 17.01 is a public hearing on ordinance number 20-0-25, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida City Commission amending Chapter 21, Article 11 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, by deleting Section 21-492 entitled Burning Permits, amending Chapter 10, Article 1 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, to create Section 10-2 entitled Burn Permits, providing for conflict, severability, and effective date. Recommended action is option 1, continue public hearing on ordinance number 20-0-25 to February 24th, 2021.
Recommended option is option number 1, properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. 17.02, Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 17.02 is the public hearing on ordinance number 20-Z-23, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the Southwood Plan Unit Development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, continue public hearing on ordinance number 20-Z-23 to December 9, 2020.
Do we have any public comment on this item, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Excellent. The recommended option is option number 1, properly made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have any other items to come before the City Commission at the public hearing?
No, Mayor, there are no other items for public hearing.
Okay, so we stand adjourned from the City Commission public hearing. We will be back at 6 o'clock for the joint city-county public hearings on the comprehensive plan amendment. 5:03, that's a record. Colleagues, if you wouldn't mind taking your seat, we're going to go ahead and get started. We got a quorum on the city side, and we have a quorum on the county side as well.
Yes.
First and foremost, let me welcome you all back to the City Commission chambers. Glad to see everybody. I hope that these accommodations spread out works, and we're going to be efficient.
Do we have a quorum on the county
We're
side?
going to take our time. I thought you had
I see
Commissioner Minor.
Okay, Commissioner Minor.
Commissioner Minor is here as well. By tradition, since we're in the City Commission chambers, I'll be chairing the meeting, and of course, for the county votes, I will turn over to my good friend, the Chairman of the County Commission, Brian Deloge. Before we get started, I think I saw Commissioner-elect Cummings that was here. Welcome.
He's here.
Welcome to the City Commission chambers. Glad to have you. With that, we don't have any further announcements. So we've got 3 items tonight, all dealing with Wulani. And so what I would like to do, and the way how we've been successful here at the city on doing this, is we now take public comment in person and we take it virtually. And we've got a system down that works pretty well. So we are going to first take public comment from those that are in audience. And we'll take it from that microphone on the far side over here. Once we are through with everyone in person that wants to provide public comment, we will then take public comment virtually. Once we get through all of the public comment, we will move forward with the business at hand on the 3 issues. Any questions to the process so that we're all on the same page?
Hey, there's Commissioner Maddox.
I think we're all good? Okay, excellent. So Mr. Cooke is the Treasurer-Clerk of the City of Tallahassee. He is going to work with me to keep us in an orderly fashion. Mr. Cooke, how many speakers do we have in person today?
We have 10.
10 in-person speakers. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Our first speaker.
Our first speaker will be Ann Bidlingmeyer, followed by Stanley Sims.
Great. Ms. Bidlingmeyer, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Your name and address for the record?
Ann Bidlingmeyer, 1920 Harriet Drive, Tallahassee. Great. When we get to the microphone, can we take our mask down?
No, ma'am. We keep our masks on in the chambers.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
As you begin, I'll also let you know that each speaker will have 3 minutes for remarks. I'll have a timer here and give you a heads up that there is a light just in front of me that'll turn yellow when you have about 30 seconds left and then red.
Okay. The original developer of Wulani, I'm just giving you some history here and kind of walking you through what happened. The original developer put together a citizens review committee to come up with a plan for what was then called Wulani Plantation. I was invited because of my work on the Canopy Roads Committee, on the Friends of Miccosukee Greenways, and because of my work with the Tallahassee and Leon County tree ordinances. There's a wide range of citizens who wanted the best possible development out in this area of the arch. After the economy tanked, the developer sold out to the current developers who named Wulani Canopy, and you can see there's not much canopy there. All of the work we did over at least 2 years was passed on to the new owners. We kept records and files and had all of our plans that we passed on to the new developers. After some comments I made about the clear cutting appeared in the Democrat, the owners invited me out for a tour of Canopy. When I got further into the property, I was shocked and horrified at what I saw. The developers threw away all the work we did and didn't even look at it. We looked at density, street widths, speed limits, green spaces, and we discussed a wide variety of things, and we reached a consensus on most of them. It was a very interesting group of about 20 people. What is there now, in my opinion, is the worst development in our history of Leon County. One of the reasons, I think, is that the planning department no longer plans and growth management no longer manages growth. People without institutional memory are there now, and the ones who had it have retired. The commitment of staff to create quality projects is not encouraged. So until planners are able to plan and growth management is able to permit and manage competently, I hope you'll deny all aspects of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Stanley Sims, who will be followed by Sue Dick.
Mr. Sims, your name and address for the record in 3 minutes, please, sir.
My name is Stanley Sims. I currently reside at 1320 Avondale Way. If you need a visual, for those of you online, check your yesterday's front page of the Tallahassee Democrat. That's what I look like. I'm here today asking you all to put a pause button because I'm trying to celebrate that my voice and my vote matter. I'm currently now in a dispute with Leon County Cares because black small business people have to prove that their heart is hit. But then we come up here for Wulani projects and we watch $1 million of concessions are given to big-time developers in the middle of a pandemic, but according to Leon County Cares, I'm not a pastor, I'm not a church, and I'm not a nonprofit, because if I was any one of them things, they'll have to give me some money. But they don't have a problem, even when all of these people come up here, meeting after meeting, saying their concerns about the Wilani project. Mr. Stop interrupting my time.
Making sure that we're staying on point.
I reclaim my time, like Auntie Maxine in D.C. I reclaim my time. Now this Wilani project, y'all bending over backwards. The way they talk to me, I just spoke to Vince. Poor black folks get a no when we want some money and deal with it. But when Wilani Way wants some money, Washington Square wants some money, let's see what we can do to make this happen. Well, Vince, let's see what you can do to make this Leon Cares money come to us. Then we won't be worried about the Wilani Way. Give us some respect. Put some respect on my vote. And put some respect on my voice. You can have the rest of my time, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Sue Dick, followed by Jay Bostwick.
All right. Ms. Dick, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Sue Dick, 412 Plantation Road. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I first want to take a moment of just maybe personal note to thank Commissioner Mary Ann Lindley, Commissioner Deloge, Commissioner Bryant. Thank you for your service. You all are friends, but more importantly, you have led and worked for our community for many, many years. And to those electeds that are coming in, we look forward to working together, but thank you all very, very much. I'm also here this evening to ask each commissioner and the mayor to move forward with the Wilani Critical Area Plan. Thank you for your hard work and the hard work of your staff over the past many months. During the October 13th workshop, I emphasized that Tallahassee has always done a good job of balancing growth while maintaining the beauty and natural amenities that we all love. This has historically been done through an extensive planning process, community input sessions, and oftentimes compromises. This project has followed that same path. I also emphasized that this project will be a job creator, not only now, but for generations to come. The possibility of an I-10 interchange is a catalytic opportunity for our community. We should embrace that opportunity and possible vision for our future. Thank you, and I greatly appreciate your leadership. And I think now more than ever, in the year that we have had, and I said this October 13th, this is about creating jobs for everyone in our community and moving through the future and moving forward as a community. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your time, and I hope you move to adopt and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dick. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Jay Bostwick, and then Wayne Mayo.
Mr. Boswick, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Jay Bostwick, 2102 Great Oak Drive. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jay Bostwick. I'm the Vice President of Business Development for Sperry & Associates. We're a certified general contractor, been here almost 50 years. I'm the incoming chairman also of the Associated Builders and Contractors this coming year. And Sperry and other members of our chapter are mostly in commercial construction, so we usually wouldn't be here for a mostly residential project. But from our perspective, this is about jobs in our local community, so it's a big deal to approve this project. Wilani has been in the process in the making for 30 years. I mean, this is probably the most studied area I've ever seen. Like I said, I've been doing this over 30 years at Sperry, and I don't remember anything going through this much meetings and public hearings and everybody's input, and I think we got good input from everybody. It's in a good location. I know it's, we've always said NIMBY's not in my backyard, and I understand that, being in construction for sure, but you can't do much better than putting it where it is. And Sue mentioned the I-10. That'd be great in the future to alleviate some problems on the roads, and especially the canopies and that thing. So, again, I appreciate your leadership, and thank you for your time. And I hope you move to adopt and move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Our next speaker, please.
Jay Bostwick, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Jay Bostwick, 2102 Great Oak Drive. I think it was Samuel Jackson said, nothing will ever be attempted if all possible objections must first be overcome. So I know there's some people that don't like this. At the same time, I think it's a great thing for Tallahassee, and we really need it for construction and jobs in the future. So I strongly ask you all to adopt the Wilani Art Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Wayne Mayo will be followed by Todd Sperry.
Mr. Mayo, thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, y'all. Wayne Mayo, 904 Hillcrest Court. I'm a general contractor here in Tallahassee. I'm a local business owner, and I'm also on the board with Jay of Associated Builders and Contractors in North Florida. I'm also the state chairman of the board for the Associated Builders and Contractors of Florida this year, and I've seen growth statewide, and nothing makes me prouder than the growth that I have seen in our hometown. I'm a sixth-generation family. The Mayo family has been in Tallahassee since the 1920s, and I'm proud of that. I'm also proud of the fact that while I started a business just 3 years ago, I've created 14 jobs in this town. And this project is about job creation, not only new jobs. I just made a hire recently. In fact, I've got a project manager starting tomorrow that's moving here from Tampa. And I'm proud of that. You know, I'm proud of hiring 13 people from this city, but I'm also proud of hiring folks from out of town that want to move to Tallahassee and start a family and be a part of a growing community. And so this is about jobs. This is about our community becoming something that our kids want to be a part of. I've got 2 kids that are adult children. They're young adults. They're not married yet, but I hope that we have a town that when they get ready to get married and have kids, that they want to stay here. And so I'm asking you tonight to approve the master plan for Wilani. And again, I thank you for listening to what I have to say and all the effort that you've considered in making this decision. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Mayo. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Next speaker is Todd Sperry, and then Max Hurley.
Todd Sperry, 2275 Trescott Drive. It's great to see live people again. Thank you for having us. First, I'd like to thank Keep It Rural and the surrounding neighborhoods in this proposed amendment for not opposing, but staying engaged and providing input that has improved this amendment. I appreciate their efforts. You know, if we're going to have economic prosperity, we will create jobs, and these people need places to live. The cost of housing is rising at 2 to 3 times the cost of living in our community. The reason is lack of housing inventory and lack of buildable lots. What can government do to help? Entitle property to the proper density to allow new houses to be built and shovel-ready lots to be available. What is this amendment and what is it not? This amendment is primarily entitling property for the potential of future development. This amendment does not permit any construction activity. There's a lot of work to be done by the planning department, design professionals, growth management must do well before the first shovelful of dirt is turned. In my opinion, the most powerful economic tool that local government has is entitling property. Entitling property creates the opportunity for outside investment in our community, creation of new businesses and jobs associated with those businesses, construction of new homes, commercial buildings, and all the construction jobs and services needed to fulfill these construction needs. So I ask you to reach down into your economic development toolkit and pull out the big hammer. Let's nail down this amendment for the economic prosperity of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Max Hurley.
Mr. Hurley, good evening. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Max Hurley, 117 South Gadsden Street. I'm here on behalf of Killarn Homes Association. I know that it's tempting to want to parade around our own brilliance when we work through issues like this, but I do think it's important to acknowledge that this has not been an ideal process. It has not been a good process. This has been, as an understatement, a mess. From denying the public a public hearing, from tripling the density outside of the Northeast Gateway traffic model, and frankly, to a previous speaker, I really think it is insulting when they say this is a NIMBY issue. Not one representative of Killarn has said not in my backyard. What they have said is, not in my government will we have a comp plan process that has been so reckless and has denied the public a meaningful engagement. That being said, we have been able to get small modifications to the project at the request of KHA, which has very much been done kicking and screaming, and it should not have to be done this way. We are not opposed to the revised comp plan amendment that is before you under 4 conditions which we have shared with you. 1, that we get the transportation language to policy 13.2.17, which is in the revised amendment from this morning. 2, that we get a written commitment to not 4-lane any connector road in Killarn, which I've been working with Wayne on. 3, that on the city and the blueprint side, we continue to identify additional funding sources for traffic mitigation investments, which I know planning is supportive of. And 4, that we have clear direction to staff to continue working with Killarn on the Northeast Gateway, PD&E, and the Willani PUDs in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Katrina Tuggerson. Katrina Tuggerson will be followed by Debbie Danton. And I do know that we ran out of seating, so we'll wait just a minute. She may need to come from the mezzanine. Katrina Tuggerson.
Ms. Tuggerson, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
A little tall. Katrina Tuggerson, 1020 Lafayette Street, Suite 10. I just want to come out and make sure that we, as we move forward with this project, Capital City Chamber is supporting this project. The reason that through this project, what we're looking for is to make sure that minority participation. This does open up a lot of opportunities even for the technical jobs that people are no longer, and keeping the retention within our community and making a workforce for technical workers. So the minority participation is huge for us, and we will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Debbie Danton, and then John Hedrick.
Ms. Danton? Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Debbie Danton, 506 Frank Shaw Road. I'm here representing Killarn Homeowners Association. And first of all, we were here in front of you months ago for the Northeast Gateway project. And I think Killarn's involvement in that project has made it a much better project to serve the regional needs. And so now we're here in front of you for the Arch Comp Plan Amendment, because this 4,800 acre dense development is located immediately adjacent to Killarn Estates. And the traffic impacts are real. And we have a handout that shows you basically what the impacts to the Killarn roads are using the transportation model that has been run, with approximately a third of the development proposed. And we originally started with asking for a stop clause to have the staff either run a cumulative traffic analysis of this full comp plan amendment land uses later or early on. We could not come to agreement on that. So if you've read in the Killarn Homeowners Board letter that was submitted yesterday that Max Hurley mentioned, 3 things we're asking for. 1, we need the transportation language that you should have in front of you, that we made several additions. 2, we asked for you to have added in the city codes, prohibit any 4-laning of any collector road in Killarn. And 3, help us find money to help retrofit the impacts of the transportation impacts to make it safe for these neighborhood. Again, there's going to be ongoing monitoring of Killarn to review the Northeast Gateway project, the I-10 PD&E study, which will update the transportation model, a long-range transportation plan, every PUD that comes in, making sure they have concurrency, and the proposed mobility plan and mobility fee that's in the works starting next year. I want to talk a little bit about that. I still contend that transportation concurrency is not a good option for us. If any of you know the specifics of transportation concurrency, I do, so I could tell you that these projects, because of 1, the roads that are being built through them, and 2, the location, they will pay very minimal in transportation mitigation. With a concurrency, mobility plan, and fee, every developer has to pay something into that transportation fee.
You have about 20 seconds.
That fee will be more flexible and not just build roads, intersection improvements, sidewalks, trails, and transit. So it's much better for our future. And again, I'd like to ask for your support to restrict the 4-laning through Calern, help us find more money to retrofit the road and the transportation language. And lastly, I'd like to thank Artie. He was a blessing and he was great to work with on this project to help develop language. So thank you all. And I'm around if you have any questions for me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
John Hedrick, and then Marissa Amato. John Hedrick is the next speaker.
I believe Mr. Hedrick might be outside. Here he is. Mr. Hedrick, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Good evening. John Hedrick, 1551 Cristobal Avenue, number 1 in Tallahassee. First, I want to thank the city for earlier tonight passing the teams approach. Hopefully you got the commentary from the Democratic Party on that beforehand, but if not, hope you'll take those things into consideration. But I'm glad you moved that project forward. Now to the issue at hand. I'm going to be speaking tonight for the Leon County Democratic Executive Committee. We believe the voters have spoken in at least 3 critical races here. We believe it played a major role in why Jack Porter and Brian Welch won their elections. We also believe it played a substantial factor in why Commissioner Richardson got taken to a runoff, though he obviously won because of other reasons once he got to said runoff. In Ms. Cummings' race, it didn't seem to be as much of a factor. Because all these new people are coming on board with their new ideas on this project, we think it'd be very incumbent to be able to take their input on this and thus delay this until they can get on board and have their say on these matters. Additionally, there are still critical issues that need to be worked on. Obviously, it's already been touched on, the necessary traffic study for Calern and the surrounding areas. Itemization of the public monies that will be necessary to support these amendments. Housing for diverse social economic groups in this project, and healthy forests and topography for animals and humans. In addition, Commissioner Proctor had a great article in the paper and outlined things from the state that they pointed out that looked like they need to be dealt with. So for all these reasons, we would respectfully ask you to postpone this until you have your new colleagues on board who can grapple with all these issues and continue working on these issues. Thank you all very much this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Marissa Amato. Mayor, Marissa Amato is the next speaker. Our only other in-person speaker is Gary Hunter, but I believe we'll be best served to have him speak after the virtual speakers. As a representative of the landowner, he may be able to respond to comments that are made.
Okay. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Marissa Amato, and I live at 1857 West Pensacola Street. And I would like to say, first off, good morning, commissioners. I'm here today on behalf of Grow Tallahassee. We're a local nonprofit organization which aims to promote economic growth and development throughout the greater Tallahassee area. I would like to express our position on the upcoming discussion of the Wilani Arch Master Plan. Leon County is expecting a population growth of around 50,000 people by 2045. Tallahassee's housing inventory is at an all-time low. Existing homes are either old, need major renovations, or are overpriced due to the high demand. Recently, the Brookings Institute has documented families choosing to live in smaller metros and suburbs and rural areas to find more affordable housing. We feel that the current plan represents a holistic approach balancing the needs of our community and environmental protections as well as public amenities. Housing is an extremely important component of economic development and growth, and our plan provides a roadmap to satisfy those future demands. This is not the first time and will not be the last that this amendment and master plan will be amended. The Arch amendments are not being rushed. There's always been a process in order to approve these and modify these amendments, and they have always been followed. Voting against the Wilani Arch master plan and those amendments will prevent income and opportunities for the community. It will limit housing options for new and existing Tallahassee residents, and increases in the shortage will drive the market very high. We believe that the Wilani Arch Master Plan and proposed amendments are an example of responsible community planning, and the commission should approve those as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other in-person speakers besides Mr. Hunter representing the landowner?
No, sir.
All right, how many virtual speakers do we have?
Believe we have 11.
All right,
If I've counted correctly.
let's go ahead and start
Okay.
with our virtual speakers.
Our first speaker will be John Bailey and then Robert Apgar. So John Bailey can begin with name and address. I see that was unmuted, so you may begin, sir.
Mr. Bailey, thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. My name's John Bailey, 5855 Centerville Road, and I'm the new president of Centerville Rural Community Association, or CIRCA. While CIRCA has not been heavily involved in the master plan, we will definitely be present to encourage Blueprint to make considerate choices with regard to our rural neighbors as the PD&E process continues. As a resident of Centerville Road, I've been continually told that the Northeast Gateway will be a 2-lane rural road that near our property. This is not the case. It will be a 4-lane road quickly as soon as the dwellings reach somewhere between 4,300 and 12,500 units. We would be naive to think it will remain a 2-lane rural road long term. The proposed Northeast Gateway spills into the intersection of Centerville and Bradfordville Road, plowing through a 50-acre perpetual conservation easement that was established nearly 20 years ago between the City of Tallahassee and local rural residents. The easement was designed and agreed upon to be a buffer between the residents and the schools while preserving the natural habitat of the area. CIRCA was named maintainer of the conservation and settlement agreement, and we will continue to protect it. Another concern is bringing an urban 4-lane road into the rural community. Bradfordville is currently a 2-lane road, which would then connect to Bannerman, a newly proposed 4-lane road. Will we then 4-lane Bradfordville to accommodate the additional traffic coming from the Northeast Gateway? This area north of Roberts consists of large acreage properties followed by larger plantations. It is rural. We will fight to protect the rural nature of this area for our children. It's precisely why we chose to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Robert Apgar, who will be followed by Max Epstein.
Mr. Apgar, thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please, sir. Mr. Apgar, are you with us? Let's move on to Mr. Epstein, and we'll come back to Mr. Apgar. Max Epstein?
Hello?
Yes, thank you. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, this is Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road, and I'm going to echo the process. The process here is that these amendments started 6 weeks late, and if we were working on these amendments in the 2021 cycle, there wouldn't be a problem because public comment was stifled. There was no live comment available. And we even found out through a public records request that at the last meeting, the speakers were not called upon in order. And I thank Commissioner Maddox for making a big deal about the commissions following their own rules. So why was Gary Hunter allowed to talk for over 7 minutes when we are timed to the second? The people feel like that this was predetermined and the deck has been stacked. So it's time again to slow down slightly and get this right. But I also want to talk about some of the other issues. We've tripled the density. How is our sewage collection system going to handle this? Do we know? Do we know how any of these amendments will affect us financially? The City Commission just approved a Southwood PUD that had an amount, $6,500 a year for street sweeping and utilities. So why can't we get a financial analysis of this? We don't even know if this is financially a good idea for the City of Tallahassee. This is incredibly important for our bottom line. And our population, I keep hearing we're growing, we're booming. Well, we're at the lowest percentage, about 5%. And we're projected over the next 20 years to grow about the same as we have in the last 10 years. Was that a massive population boom? I don't think so. So I appeal to you, now continue this conversation, come up with some real financials, and make sure that all the stakeholders, not the people who are going to benefit financially from this, are happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Apgar, are you with us now?
I hope so, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. I'm Bob Apgar. My address is 510 Frank Shaw Road. I'm here tonight representing the Buckhead Homeowners Association. I signed up to speak to ask the board or the commissioners to adopt amendments to the plan that would insert the gridded street network requirements in all of the mixed-use areas. And I see in a version of the amendment or the plan that's dated November 10th today that has been done. So I just can tell you that Buckhead supports the plan amendment with these changes, and we're ready to move forward to the next stage of this process. You may be wondering why the specificity that we're asking for of having these grid street networks in every district is important. First of all, it's important because when we move on from this plan amendment, you will be rezoning the property to PD, which is an infinitely variable zoning district, and developments will be approved in the PUD process, which is also an infinitely variable process. So if we want specificity, it must be in the master plan. And we think the block street system is important because it will shape the development and it will disperse traffic through a network of streets rather than having it all on one main street. And if you want an example of that, think of Tallahassee. Downtown Tallahassee is a walkable, compact urban development because of the gridded street system. If I head into town on North Monroe Street, if the street is congested, I can go east or west to a parallel route to get to my destination, as other drivers can. And that's what a gridded street system does for you, as opposed to, say, the intersection of Mahan Drive and Capitol Circle, where we've all sat in traffic for a long period of time because the only way to get to our destination is to get through that intersection. So we just ask you to approve this plan. Let's make the gridded street system the standard in the mixed-use areas so that we can have the kind of compact urban development that this plan amendment describes.
You have about 20 seconds.
I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Mr. Apgar. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Next is Scott Hannes, to be followed by Danielle Irwin. So
Mr.
Scott
Hannes.
Hannes is unmuting himself, I think.
Mr. Hannes, thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, and I think, there we go.
There we go. Commissioners, Scott Hannes, 5051 Quail Valley Road. I'm a board member of the Centerville Rural Community Association. CIRCA is a group of residents residing in the northeast unincorporated areas around the Miccosukee and Centerville roads. We have a problem with the Wilani Arch, and it's the building of this rural road to support suburban commuters. This is wrong in moving traffic from the established corridors to the rural areas, and it's bad planning. CIRCA is opposed to the road, the size of the road, and its planning. The fiction that Wilani Boulevard will be two-lane rural road while providing traffic relief for the Northeast and serving this new large development that already has developers on the horizon is a willful disregard of the facts. As such, we are opposed to the future expansion of the road and the USA and development outside the city core. There's plenty of land within the city core, as we've studied over and over for the next 120 years of development. The Wilani Arch Master Plan has been significantly improved by discussions between the landowner's legal advisor, planning department, and several community organizations. There are several significant changes championed by Keep It Rural, Killearn homeowners, and Buckhead to the Wilani Arch Master Plan. Without those important changes, the plan is not good enough, and the whole comprehensive plan amendment should be rejected. Gravity does not compromise and is always on. Water will run downhill. A stormwater facilities master plan must be in place before any development occurs on the ground. The current plan seems to be a plan only for that infrastructure of the road in isolation and hope that it's consistent with an SFMP that is developed some in the future. This building a parachute on the way down results in bad outcomes. The simple solution is to add 4 words at the end of the first clause of policy 13.233. That, quote, prior to the approval of the first PUD concept plan, and then to add, or major infrastructure plan, an SFMP must be developed, etc. Stormwater planning must be based on topography as the underlying layer. The SFMP must be first before major facilities and infrastructure.
You have
Currently,
30 seconds
traditional
remaining.
swales and local ponds are just for the roadway. This is antithetical to the blueprint concept as created by the E2C2 group. Blueprint is supposed to solve problems, not create them for others. Blueprint must approach problems holistically, considering traffic, stormwater, and parks as simultaneous integrated solution. Having the road planning only consider the road is a disaster for the community in the making. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Danielle Irwin is next, followed by Pamela Hall.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Your name and address for the
Danielle.
record, please.
Thank you. Danielle Irwin, 3185 Ferns Glen Drive. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioners. I come to you tonight on behalf of the Killearn Homeowners Association Board. I've been working very closely with our contracted staff, Max and Debbie, who you've already heard tonight, as well as city planning staff and other commissioners involved in the process. I want to say thank you to Artie and Keep It Rural and Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods and all of the commissioners that have supported public participation in this process. It has been a clumsy process, and I hope that we don't go down this path again, and we actually start with public involvement in a more meaningful manner before the public has to create that opportunity through outcry, which is what happened in this case. Neighborhoods are on guard because of concerns related to issues such as traffic already in a neighborhood. Killearn already has traffic problems. The handout that was given to you by our board, please note attachment 3, don't just set it aside. Take a moment to look at it. We have traffic problems that exist today and will be exacerbated in 2045 on all of our roadways in a build or no build scenario for the Northeast Gateway. Note that the traffic is going to be worse on Shannon Lakes West, Shannon Lakes North, Shamrock North, Shamrock West, and McLaughlin north of Duffy. So this isn't a build or no build situation. So you can reasonably understand why we feel so threatened. We have traffic problems already. I encourage you to keep pressing with your staff, working with us to prohibit 4-laning of our collector roads, as well as providing traffic mitigation funding to address sidewalks, crosswalks, ways to slow down the speeding in the neighborhood now, because it will get worse if we don't address it right away. This has been really just a last-minute effort on behalf of our staff and the commissioners and the city staff. So I am grateful for the position that the Wilani Arch Amendment is now in versus where it was in the beginning of this year, and that has been in large part because of all of the participation and the willingness of staff to listen. And now our amendment actually is in a very good place compared to where it was at the
You have
beginning
about
of the
15
year.
seconds.
Thank you. We've got great sustainability measures in it, and Killearn supports this, but I encourage you to be considerate of neighborhoods, and we will continue pressing with our new board at Killearn for 4-laning and traffic mitigation measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Pamela Hall. She'll be followed by Luke Brown.
Dr. Hall, name and address for the record, please.
Hi there, I'm Pamela Hall, 5051 Quail Valley Road. I'm speaking tonight as a member of the Keep It Board Rural. Finally, we've gotten to a decent version of the Wilani Master Plan that Keep It Rural can support. It hasn't been a pretty process, but we've got something we can support here. We want to thank both commissions for the October 13th workshop's direction to incorporate our idea that will hopefully create the Wilani Habitat Park. This Habitat Park is a component of the Wilani Park system that Keep It Rural proposed actually many months ago. And we are happy to say that much of our proposal has been incorporated into the master plan. But it was actually always a very easy thing to do, because unlike how it was often characterized, the Keep It Rural proposal was never a mandate or a taking. It was just a way to better organize the open space requirement the city and the landowner had agreed to when this comp plan amendment was first submitted in November of last year. We are very thankful that both the city and the landowner agreed to this early on, and that they've kept the open space requirement in the master plan. And we can parlay that into an asset. So the Keep It Rural Park proposal was well informed by data analysis and expertise. You know, in my previous existence, I was a professional forest ecologist and conservation biologist. The Keep It Rural board members also have similar professional experience. We know something about using open space well. The open space requirement of 40% means that 1,900 acres of the land will not be developed within the arch. About 1,000 acres of this is already identified as comp plan protected features, such as wetlands and floodplains. That leaves 900 acres of woods, fields, and pine plantations that will have to be set aside. Note, has to be set aside. This is not a Keep It Rural mandate. This is what's in the master plan already, and the landowner, thank you very much, has agreed to that. So our proposal starts with 1,000 acres of identified environmental features and uses the 900 remaining acres to add an extension of the Canopy Road buffer so the tree populations can persist in perpetuity and provide a place for the Wilani Greenway. This is in the master plan. To create buffers for existing residential development and a separation of the urban services area, and to provide from the rural areas beyond it that are never intended for suburbanization. This is also in the master plan. To identify a large habitat area uninterrupted by human development that supports ecosystem functions, provides imperiled species and habitat, and coincides with the urban services boundary buffer. This would be in the master plan if you vote to adopt the plan with its amendments tonight. And there is still plenty of land left over in the open space to set aside requirement to create smaller parks and corridors within the developed areas that will connect all of these together as development proceeds. This is in the master plan. So there is always plenty of required open space to preserve habitats and create lots of places for humans to walk, bike, and ride and play. None of this has changed any of the development rights. None of this has really affected the master plan at all. We were simply trying to say where these set-asides ought to go. Well, this is what we proposed last spring. After many months of hard work, I think you finally understand what we're requesting. So I ask you to vote for the option that adopts the Keep It Rural amendments, the Buckhead amendments, and at least the Killarn homeowners amendments, and to support Keep It Rural's alternative development program.
Thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
very
Hall.
much, commissioners.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Luke Brown. Mr. Brown will be followed by Jeff Blair.
Mr. Brown, good to see you. Your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Luke Brown, 4170 Chelmsford Road in Killarn Estates. I was recently elected to the Killarn board. I wanted to thank the board for its hard work up until this point, and moreover, to introduce myself to the new commissioners. I look forward to meeting everyone individually and to continue to advocate for Killarn's interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next is Jeff Blair. He'll be followed by Shirley Kearns.
Mr. Blair, your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, before I start, I would like a clarification on process. Yesterday, I sent you an email and asked if we'd have to aggregate our time into a single 3-minute or whether we'd be able to speak 3 minutes on each topic. You responded back. I will allow everyone to speak 3 minutes on each topic they sign up to speak on. So I'm asking for clarification of whether that's still the case.
Mr. Blair, we have a tradition in this chamber that if you sign up to speak on 3 issues, you can have a total of 9 minutes. And let me remind you, you are the only one to have done so. And all 3 of the items are pretty similar. So you do have 9 minutes to speak because you signed up for all 3 issues. So go forth, please.
Thank you. I'll take 4.5 in total. My name is Jeff Blair, and I live at 1803 Old Fort Drive in Tallahassee. Commissioners, Keep It Rural supports the revisions to the Wilani Arch Master Plan. The Alternative Development Program provides a viable mechanism and incentive for the creation of the Wilani Habitat Park in Phase 3, which is District 5, with the caveat that the last sentence of policy 13.2.44, paren 1, some paren B be deleted in its entirety, which your current version does. We appreciate the refinements that have been made to the plan, resulting from listening to and responding to stakeholder concerns. Developing the plan has been a long, hard, year-long negotiation, and the process used should not be repeated. The procedures used in the comprehensive planning process for this cycle have been confusing, conflicting, constantly changing, and irregular at best. However, irrespective of the process issues, we have finally landed on a planning document protective of our community's values. There are many good planning concepts and environmental protections incorporated in the plan, including the 40% open space set-aside requirement, phasing requirements, stormwater master planning, street trees, gridded road systems, expanded canopy road and neighborhood buffers, the interconnected and contiguous systems of parks and greenways, and of course, a mechanism for creating the Wilani Habitat Park. We want these provisions and protections in the comprehensive plan in order to ensure that the future development is in harmony with our community's desires. On this basis, and because of the changes made to incorporate stakeholders' concerns, we support adoption at this time. In addition, we are concerned that further delay without specific proposals for revisions will not lead to a better plan and could lead to no agreement on the plan, leaving the issue wide open. And we want to ensure that the community has a good framework for development of the arch codified in the master plan, incorporated into the comprehensive plan before any developer purchased the property. Keep It Rural will support adoption of the Wilani Comprehensive Plan amendments if you, the commissioners, incorporate the 3 revisions proposed by Buckhead, Killearn, and Keep It Rural respectively, revising policy 13.2.4, the gridded road system, the underlined language to 13.217 regarding transportation system, and striking the last sentence in 13.244 on the alternate development program, which the current version submitted today does do. Thank you, staff and landowners and commissioners for working with us to bring the Wilani Habitat Park one step closer to a reality for our community. That concludes my first official comment. I would like to make a second comment now, which will be on a little different matter. This is focusing on the process. As I mentioned, the process has been confusing in this cycle. And I do not believe that any vote should have occurred before we had clear and accessible procedures for full and effective public engagement. In the rush to get the plan adopted, there were frequent procedural irregularities, last-minute changes to meeting agendas, and initially a confusing public comment process requiring searching multiple menus in order to make the comment. The new system works better, so I appreciate that. It's really unfortunate that real-time virtual comment was not provided for meetings until October. If we had real-time comment in April, as many of us advocated for, much of the sharp criticisms of the process would have been tempered, and trust for the process and our elected officials would have been retained. This trust must be rebuilt for our elected officials by you signaling your intent and then providing opportunities for real-time virtual comment on all meetings and workshops and hearings going forward, whether or not, irrespective of whether we have a pandemic. If I understood Mayor Daley correctly during the October 28th commission meeting, the city intends to provide this virtual real-time comment as well as in person going forward. We are advocating for our commissions to provide the opportunity for real-time virtual comment at all meetings and workshops, and we urge you to codify this in your respective rules of procedure. Finally, the comprehensive planning process should be iterative. The 2 commissions initially should provide policy direction, staff then should provide an initial draft, the public should comment, and then the commission should decide which proposed changes to direct staff to incorporate into the draft based on the feedback received. The revised draft should then be workshopped using the same process and repeated until there is community consensus on the amendment. Only then should a transmittal hearing be scheduled, and once the state has weighed in and any required changes made, the adoption hearing should be set with a final opportunity for real-time virtual public comment. We will continue to advocate for transparency, fairness, and equity when using public resources for private benefit and for good growth and development practices that encourage diverse housing types and affordable and inclusionary opportunities, walkability, safe pedestrian and cycling corridors, connected parks and greenways, and alternative transportation entity choices. We will continue to advocate for fair, transparent, and accessible public participation in our decision-making processes, and we will continue and always will continue to work and collaborate with staff, with the commissions, and with stakeholders to ensure this happens in our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Shirley Kearns, and then Debbie Lightsey. Mayor, each of them had signed up for a couple of items, but Shirley Kearns will be first, and then Debbie Lightsey.
Ms. Kearns, your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Shirley Kearns, 4550 Timberlock Drive. I'm speaking on behalf of the Buckhead Homeowners Association. Buckhead is located just west of the Northeast Gateway District proposed in the Arch, and as best we can tell, will border within a quarter mile of where the Wilani Road extension is likely to be built, running due north along our eastern boundary. We've been involved in this process for quite some time. Buckhead began interacting with Blueprint staff in 2016 and have maintained regular contact with them ever since. We interacted with staff of the city's planning department, Artie White, even before the comp plan amendment application was filed, and have actively engaged in this process since that time. In February of this year, we voiced our two most primary concerns at the local planning agency public hearing. At that time, we communicated those concerns to all city and county commissioners by correspondence, and we met with many of you in person. And we shared those concerns with counsel for the property owners. Because of Buckhead's financial and personnel resources are limited, we focused our efforts on two aspects of the potential development that could, within the Arch, that we felt could most adversely impact Buckhead. The first is the incompatibility of development that could have occurred immediately adjacent to our neighborhood boundaries to our east and north. We worked very hard to ensure that compatibility of development and an appropriate buffer or transition zone would be in place between our home sites, which are zoned as residential preservation, and any other residential or mixed-use development that could abut our boundaries. The second concern was the form of urban development that could occur along the due north alignment of the Wilani extension in the mixed-use area associated with the Northeast Gateway Activity Center. We saw expansion from Blueprint of the PD&E study for more serious consideration of an alternative alignment of the Wilani Road extension that would be directed more northeasterly into the mixed-use area of the Gateway District and away from our backyards. We very much appreciate the time and energy and good faith expended by staff, the landowner, and interested parties. We believe that the comp plan amendment rightly requires that all mixed-use zones develop as compact, walkable urban districts, requiring legitimate multimodal transportation system to support the mixed-use development. A gridded street system network is essential to this. At this point, the most recent proposed language that we have seen, which was distributed earlier today, appears to provide for this in the Northeast Gateway District, as we have requested. Earlier versions did not. Some did not even come close to what it looks like today. Of course, the comp plan, even in its latest form, is not perfect, but strides have been made in the Wilani Area Master Plan over the summer and the last several weeks, inclusive of the proposed KAR Wilani system. We believe that Buckhead believes that this is something very much worth pursuing today and adopting at this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Next is Debbie Lightsey, followed by Stephen Martin.
Your name and address for the record, please. I believe you're muted.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie Lightsey, 2340 Cypress Cove Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. I'm speaking for myself tonight and not for any organization. We are here tonight to watch the adoption of amendments that in other times would have been stamped DOA, dead on arrival. Denial would have been based on obvious and glaring deficiencies. The planning department staff of independent professionals would have recommended denial, and should the amendments have been moved forward based on some political maneuvering, the Department of Community Affairs at the state would have objected and stopped them. The deficiencies as I see them: the expansion of the urban services boundary. This is the largest expansion of the USA in the history of this plan dating back to 1990. It is unprecedented. And yet no fact-based documentation of the need for this expansion has been provided as required by law. There is in fact adequate vacant land inside the current USA to accommodate all the projected growth for this community over the next 25 years. The deficiencies in the master plan. There is no physical impact analysis of the future costs to taxpayers of this approval. No transportation master plan, no environmental impact analysis, no required donation of land for public facilities such as roads, fire stations, and transit hubs. Until recently, there was no requirement for a master stormwater plan. This plan allows a minimum of 12,500 homes and 3 million square feet of commercial development. It is massive. The development rights being granted to the property owner by your action are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Then the procedural irregularities. The city is the applicant. The city is the author of the plan. The staff is the reviewer of the plan. The city attorney is charged with being the legal arbiter. All this is unprecedented, done at taxpayer expense, and surely represents a conflict of interest. And yet the property owner retains the right of veto power and can refuse to donate right-of-way for the Wilani Boulevard even yet. I simply don't understand how the city allowed itself to get in this untenable position. These points have all been made before. I'm restating just to have them on the record one more time. Our attention has been intentionally steered away from tackling the USA expansion and the procedural irregularities and refocused on the master plan, which is considerably improved. But those improvements don't cure the underlying issues. The public is paying attention. If you don't hear them now, you will surely hear from them through the ballot box. It is time you remembered how to say no. Say no and get a better deal. Continue to say no and you get the best deal. I'm referring to this particular situation and to future comp plan amendments. You can exercise your power and authority to serve the public interest. Learn how to say no and negotiate the very best deal for the community, and don't require your citizens to labor for a year and a half to get basic changes that should have been brought forward in the original document. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Next is Stephen Martin.
Your name and address for the record, please.
I believe you're still muted. If you'd unmute your microphone, you may begin.
Okay, you can hear me. All right. I signed up for 3 items, so I hope I get a chance to talk. And unlike the prior speaker, I'll probably use all my 9 minutes. I've been talking about this for a long time, and I've got some comments to make about some of the people who've already spoken tonight. But I'm going to hold off on those because right now I want to just comment about Gary Hunter. And I beg to differ with Mr. Hunter when he continues to claim that this has been a smooth and open process over the past 30 years. Last month, Mr. Hunter claimed that he had participated in all of the charrettes. Well, I attended 3 of them. 2 of them I was there the entire time. And I asked if Mr. Hunter were there so I could pose some questions to him. He was not there. So he did not participate in all of them, unlike he claimed last month. Now, that's not the first time that I've had reason to question Mr. Hunter's honesty. But as I said, he claims this has been a smooth and open process for 30 years.
Mr. Martin, can we please try not to make it so personal and just speak to the merits of the proposal that's on the table?
Well, this is an important issue, and this has major impact on this entire community. And I think what we appreciate has been threatened. And for us to sit here and go ahead and have faith in what he's saying in light of what's happened, I think is asking a lot. So I'm just trying to point out that when you hear something from particular parties, who is the main spokesperson for the other side, that, hey, somebody needs to call them out when what they say is not completely true. Now, I'm going to back up what I said, that this has not been a smooth process. I've got lots of documents here from public records research. City Commission approved on July 18th, 1989, so this has been going on for 31 years, the development of an agreement with Weelaunee Plantation. And I don't think it's a coincidence that it was in 1989, which was the first year a friend of theirs was on the City Commission. And what got accomplished during that 22 years that person was on there, I don't think ever would have been without her. So it's good when you have friends in high places. Now, December 6th, 2005, the City of Tallahassee adopted an ordinance number 05073, the Weelaunee Contraction Ordinance, and ordinance number 05084, the Weelaunee Phase 3 Voluntary Annexation Ordinance. The purpose of the contraction ordinance was to prevent the creation of an enclave north of Weelaunee property. The contraction ordinance provided a narrow strip of corridor of land to connect the enclave to the unincorporated area. However, the result of the two ordinances is that there is now an area resembling a flag enclave, with the contracted corridor being the flagpole. The narrow corridor created to connect an enclave to an outlying unincorporated area is the type of device that frustrates the purpose of Florida Statute 171.044. I'd like Mr. Hunter to respond to that if he wants to say it's been so smooth. The next day, December 7th, I've got a letter signed by somebody who's up there today. Board of County Commissioners request a detailed explanation as to why the City Commission adopted an ordinance approving the annexation of Weelaunee Plantation despite Leon County Board of County Commissioners' objections. December 16th, the Board of County Commissioners has authorized County Attorney's Office to pursue any and all necessary litigation to abate or reverse the City Commission's actions based upon the failure of the city to comply with the provisions of the Tallahassee Leon County Comp Plan, specifically concerning appropriate procedures for annexation. I invite Mr. Hunter to claim that this has been a smooth and open process for the last 30 years. So I invite him when he comes up, and also to respond to the claim that he was there at all the charrettes, because he wasn't at the one that I asked to speak to him about. And Mr. Volpe can tell you what I had to say, because I was cut off. All right, thank you. I probably went over 3 minutes, but I'll be back to speak again.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Okay, our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that concludes our speakers. We have heard from each of them. I think everyone who signed up for more than one item either stopped their remarks before getting to 3 minutes or was given the additional time, so I don't have any other speakers to call.
Does Mr. Hunter?
I'm sorry, it looks like Mr. Martin is indicating that he intended to use his 9 minutes and cut it off thinking that he was only at 3, but I was giving him the full 9.
Mr. Martin, it is your turn. 6 more minutes, please, sir.
Actually, just as a word, you have used, let me do quick math here. You've used about 4.5 minutes, so you have about 4.5 remaining.
All right. So I've spoken over the years about this, spoken directly to a lot of the commissioners now and some former commissioners about this. I've had plenty to say about this. Unlike the first person to speak tonight, who was a member of the Weelaunee Community Advisory Group and said that they approved of what was initially presented to them, that's subsequently been altered tremendously. What they had initially presented to them, I wasn't on that group and I would never have been invited to be on it, but I disapproved of that. I don't know why they even approved of that. And if they had stood up back then, I don't think we'd be where we are today. Now, there's another person who spoke right before me who's now speaking out against development at the other end of the plantation, but it was an avid supporter at this end of the plantation. And I mentioned, I don't think it was a coincidence that this whole process started in 1989, this person's first year on that commission. He had to be there 22 years. to get all these special measures taken that I was referring to, including the annexation and the way that was done. The city ended up purchasing a part of the plantation for $9+ million. I can't help but wonder if having their friend on the city commission for all those years had a big impact on that. That same person, though, as I said, is now speaking out against this end, and I wonder if that might be in part. She's done an about face on what her attitude was towards the other end. I wonder if that might be in part to save her face now with environmentalists. As I said 2 weeks ago at the city commission meeting, this comes down to core values. We've got different values, obviously, from different sides of this. We've got the Blueprint Committee, who's all in support of this. No member of the Blueprint Citizens Committee objected to this or to the Northeast Gateway. Yet the community at large has lots of people objecting to it. And as I have said before so often, the citizens committees that are formed are intentionally composed of people who may look diverse, but all tend to agree with whomever is forming these committees, whether it's the planning department or the city and county government. But if you started to get some people on there who you know from the past are going to disapprove, I think the end products you might come up with would be better. Imagine if we had the kind of people on the Blueprint Committee who, instead of all these gateways, had thought about, let's come up with a forever Leon County, a forever Tallahassee, much like forever Florida, even though it's not being implemented. Come up with save our Tallahassee, save our Leon County, ideas that are juxtaposed to what this Blueprint Committee comes up with, which is to push for growth. And I've heard 50,000 people coming in the next 25 years. You got these policies or these programs you support, like Choose Tallahassee and Blueprint. I'd like to think we come up with some different kind of policies, including, and this would be statewide, it's time for a state income tax to discourage this onslaught of people. We're losing so much of this state, and Wilani Plantation kind of epitomizes what's happened throughout this state. And as I've said before, I used to visit the toe end of Wilani before Canopy came there. And I'll tell you, what used to be there has been totally destroyed. Oh, I was told when I first started talking about this 12 years ago, you're the only person who's expressing any concern or opposition to it. Well, lo and behold, I'm not the only person now who has basically come to the decision that that was a poor, poor plan. That should never have been granted.
9 minutes.
All right. Now, as I said at the city commission meeting, this comes down to core values. Tim Edmond, who lobbied for Canopy in front of the city commission in 2011, said he wants to protect God's gift. That's now Canopy development. I invite anybody to tell me if God's gift was protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Our last speaker is Mr. Hunter.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hunter, are you speaking on one item, or did you sign up for all three?
Well, I didn't know I could sign up for 3, Mr. Mayor, but I won't take 9 minutes. I'll try to get mine in 3 if you'll bear with me.
Mr. Hunter, let's try to not get personal in this too.
Oh, no problem. I won't
Thank
get
you.
personal. Other than say, nice to see you all in person for the first time in some time, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner.
Yes,
thank you for having me. Gary Hunter with Hopping Green and Sam's here on behalf of Powerhouse Inc. and the Mettler family, the owners of the Wilani Arch. Let me say one thing as an aside before I get into my initial comments, because tonight has raised this issue multiple times. You all have been criticized about process, and particularly this process. Most of you know me. I've done this, what I do for a living, for 30 years all over the state of Florida. In plan amendments, literally 20 times as large as this one, actually 50 times as large as this one I've worked on. Not one of them has been as inclusive as this process. And you know what the evidence of it is? Go get a red line of where this started last November, and compare it to where you are, what you're considering tonight, and I promise you, you won't be able to read it. It's that much different. And it's not because Gary Hunter suggested edits to it, it's because of the citizens of this community, and you all suggested edits to it. And what's before you tonight is reflective of that process. Over 15 public engagement meetings, on this plan amendment. And you all should be proud of yourself. You did that in an environment of COVID-19.
unprecedented in any of our lifetimes, certainly, hopefully never to be followed again in any of our lifetimes. So congratulations to you for the process. You shouldn't be criticized for it, and your staff certainly shouldn't be criticized for it. On behalf of my client, let me say a few things tonight. First of all, mainly I'm here to say thank you. I'm here to say thank you to Ben and to Cherie and to Artie, who for a year have poured their minds and their energy into this plan, in listening to every one of you and listening to the citizens and in producing the document that's before you tonight. But for their efforts, I didn't write this plan, they wrote this plan, but for their efforts, you wouldn't have what's in front of you that you've heard community support for tonight from lots of people who originally expressed opposition to it. To each of you, I've spoken with many of you over the last year. I know many of you have sat through these meetings, timeless hours spent in these public meetings and in private conversations and in these charrettes. You've read the plan, you've asked good questions, and you understood it. It's a 40-page plan of detailed items, and you understood it, so kudos to each one of you as commissioners, whether you support it or not, for taking the time that you did to understand this plan and to make it better. To the public, I'll tell you, I've engaged, whether Mr. Martin engaged with me or not, I've engaged with lots of people from the public on behalf of my client on this plan, including Mr. Martin, this time and over the years. And regardless of whether we agreed or not, the public in this process has been as constructive as I've ever engaged with in Tallahassee or elsewhere. I will say you saw tonight again reflection of that in their comments, where most of them who have expressed concerns for this plan from the beginning are now expressing satisfaction with where it landed. I'll say specifically, because I want to call her out, Pam Hall, with whom I rarely agree on anything related to this plan or any other plan, frankly, over going back in time. We actually agree on a lot about this plan today, but more importantly, she holds herself out as a fine representative as a citizen of our community as any of us could ever ask for. She's a model for how a citizen should engage. She does it constructively, she does it politely, she does it honestly. And Pam, thank you. Thank you for your engagement and the way you've participated in this process. And even when you disagree with me, which is more often than not, this is a better plan because of Pam Hall and Keep It Rural and others who you heard from tonight, but specifically Pam. And I'm sorry she couldn't be down here in person for me to say that to her in person. But I mean it sincerely. Let me end with this. This plan is an interconnected network of green space unlike any I've seen anywhere in Florida, maybe with the exception of the Deseret Ranch plan that's 150,000 acres. So they had a lot more green space to work with down in Central Florida. This plan is as inclusive from a housing type as any plan I've ever seen. The desire of that expressed by you all as commissioners was to have opportunities for everyone in our community once this develops to participate in living there and working there. And this plan provides promise for economic development in our community like no plan we've ever seen. For decades, my client lives on the land today, so this isn't about a developer wanting to develop the plan tomorrow. This is about the future of our community in an area that's inside our city limits, surrounded by development south, east, and west already today. It's as an appropriate a plan as I've ever seen, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it because I worked on it and I got to work with you all on it, but I'm really proud of it because it's in our community. It's the place I call home. We're gonna, if God willing, I'm gonna get to actually see it develop, maybe pieces of it over time, and I think you too should be proud of it. So I ask you for your support tonight, and I appreciate you listening. I'm here. I'll answer any questions you all have about the plan specifically, but most importantly, I want, on behalf of the landowner, say thank you for the time that you've engaged and spent being thoughtful about this plan. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Mr. Clerk, any other speakers?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. White, let me turn it over to you to walk us through what we have in front of us for consideration today.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Making sure my mic is on. I don't want anyone to tell me that I'm muted. Let's see. Okay. So, Mayor, Commissioners, Chairman, we tonight have 3 amendments. The first one requires both city and county action. The last two are for City Commission only. Kind of jump into it. So this whole process began over a year ago when the 2020 comp plan cycle started. This process has included a public open house, a workshop with the local planning agency, public hearing with the local planning agency, a joint county commission workshop. We had the transmittal hearing. At that point, you gave us direction to engage with the community through a variety of charrettes. We did that through June through August. We came back with the joint city-county workshop, October 13th. We received additional direction at that point. And here we are tonight, November 10th, for the adoption hearing. One of the benefits of this process is that, one, as staff, we get to begin engaging the public at the very beginning. As soon as we receive applications, we start putting them online, we start taking public comment, we start doing the public open house. That is before we even start writing a staff report. Of course, as staff, our purpose is to evaluate the proposed amendments against the comprehensive plan, to recommend that the proposed amendments are either consistent or they're not consistent. Though oftentimes there are publicly initiated amendments. One example is in 2019, the county initiated the solar amendment. That one was initiated publicly, that was developed by staff, the language, and it was taken through the comp plan amendment process. The other benefit of this process is that it allows you commissioners to give us policy direction or other direction at multiple points throughout the process. This is a perfect example of that. We received direction to engage with the public through charrettes, and we did so. We received policy direction to incorporate the Wilani Arch Habitat Park, and we did that. We also received direction to continue the conversation with the public at that workshop, and we've made the best faith effort to do that, reaching out to Keep It Rural, to Buckhead, to the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods, to the Clarm Homes Association, and any other citizen who had a desire to engage with us. That was because you gave us the direction to do that, commissioners. And so that is a benefit of this process, is that you can give staff policy direction, and you can give staff direction to do things like have public engagement and more of it as much as you want to. The First Amendment tonight does two things. First, it adopts the Wilani Arch Master Plan into the critical area plan portion of the comprehensive plan that's in the land use element. The second thing it does is expand the urban service area to align with the city limits at the Wilani Arch. This amendment has a really long history. It begins in 1990, and I promise I won't spend a long time on history, but I think it's important. It began in 1990 with the Urban Services Development Agreement and the annexation of the property into the city limits. Fast forward a number of years, 2002, that is when the critical area plan was adopted into the comprehensive plan. That included significant amounts of detail for the toe and the heel, and it said that at some point in the future, we would go through this process to develop a master plan for the Arch. That's how we ended up here tonight. If we kind of go through the years, there's been subsequent amendments to the critical area plan. There's been updates to the urban services agreement. You've seen the plan unit developments and development start happening in other parts of the Wilani development, specifically Canopy and the Toe, though that's kind of a separate project. In 2014, the sales tax extension was approved. That included the Northeast Gateway. That's the Wilani Boulevard that goes through the part of the property that we're talking about tonight. It goes through the Arch. It also addresses the Wilani Greenway. In 2018, the PD&E study for that began. In 2019, early on in the year, we began the third major community-wide engagement on the land use element update. As part of that, we were rolling out to the community language regarding the Wilani Arch Master Plan. Based on some change in direction from both of these commissions tonight, the direction was to kind of postpone that, look at rewriting the entire comp plan. That'll be coming back to y'all early next year. But at that point, we moved the neighborhood boundary land use category to implement the Bond and the Griffin Heights neighborhood first plans and the Wilani Arch Master Plan to the 2020 comp plan cycle and began that public engagement process beginning November, December of 2019, and then kind of rolling through the process in 2020 that has led us here. That process led us to the joint workshop, which is kind of where we'll pick up tonight. Instead of rehashing everything that we've covered at previous commission meetings, we'll kind of pick up there. At that workshop, we received direction, policy direction regarding the Wilani Habitat Park. Talk about that a little bit more in a moment, but also the direction to continue engaging the public, which we did, and to also do a review of the master plan to make sure that we're being consistent with the use of should and shall and language like that throughout the master plan. The Wilani Habitat Park, we worked very closely with Keep It Rural, had a number of meetings between the workshop and tonight to make sure that we got the language right. This process is kind of a three-point process. The first one is we maintain the same overall open space requirement, 40%, but then we provide a little bit more flexibility within each phase so that naturally you can move some of the open space to phase 3. The big part of this is the transfer process. That was very eloquently described by Pam Hall at the workshop. And I also have to give kudos to Commissioner Minor for drawing it out on Zoom. Appreciated that. And that is the process that is included in that transfer program. And then the final part of it, because we figured if we have a three-pronged approach to it, you have more opportunities for this to be implemented, is to allow urban forest mitigation to go towards preserving parts of phase 3, the residential reserve district. I will note that this does not give anyone the ability to cut down any more trees. It simply says that if you had to pay mitigation otherwise, that could be used towards implementing this park. So I think that's important to make sure that that distinction is understood because we're not giving anyone authority to cut down any more trees. Another significant topic that we have worked on since the workshop was the buffers. There's buffers around the entirety of the arch. When we look at Miccosukee, and that was something that was included in the materials that was provided at the workshop, we're looking at approximately 140 foot buffer along Miccosukee. That's about 65 feet of the canopy road zone. It's generally 65 feet along that entire corridor, plus an additional 75-foot buffer. Around the Buckhead neighborhood, and again, this was in earlier versions of the master plan, there would be a 250-foot buffer before you move into that transition area that's lower density residential, language that we worked very closely with the Buckhead neighborhood to develop. Keep It Rural requested the same buffer along Robertson Crump that is included for Buckhead. And so from the workshop to now, we've included 250 feet buffer along Robertson Crump. And then the rest of the greenway, or the rest of the perimeter of the arch would have between 75 and 150 feet of buffer in the form of the Wilani Greenway. The width of that to be determined by the Blueprint IA because this would be a blueprint project. And so there would be opportunities along that stage for the Blueprint IA to provide more detail and more guidance and more policy direction on how wide that should be. We worked very closely with Clarn Homes Association on the transportation policy. So what you've seen change from the workshop to today is a transportation policy that does a couple of things. One, it requires a traffic analysis and concurrency at the PUD stage. Typically, development has the opportunity to either do it at the PUD stage, or they can waive it to the final development order. The policy that we've included in the master plan does not allow them to waive it to the final development order. So they have to do that traffic analysis, and they have to do concurrency review and do the current concurrency determination at the PUD stage. It also addresses the mechanism by which we do long-range planning, noting that when the I-10 interchange PD&E comes along and all of the subsequent long-range transportation plans, locally we call them the regional mobility plan, come along, the needs that are identified through those processes would be incorporated into the mobility element and the capital improvements element. The capital improvements element also includes the capital improvement schedule because it's part of that element. And then we also note that if the city, and in this case, the process we've been working on is a joint process, city and county, moves forward with the mobility fee system, that would apply for many of the reasons that Ms. Debbie Danton mentioned earlier. With that, as you probably remember earlier this year, both the city and county commissions approved phase 1 of the mobility plan mobility fee study, the alternative mobility funding system study. We lovingly call it the AMFSS because it's a lot of words. And then we'll be beginning phase 2 of that process before the end of the year. So most likely that would be in place before we begin to see any development anywhere in the arch. There were a number of considerations that we took into account as we were working on specifically the transportation policy. The first one is that this plan, as presented, significantly reduces the development allowances in the arch. Today, based on the land use map, the land use designations that are in place, the property could have 39,037 dwelling units, and the master plan caps that at 12,500. So we're talking over 25,000 dwelling units reduction from what they could do today. Additionally, in terms of non-residential development, it's between, based on the land uses in place today, between 9 million and 155 million square feet of non-residential development. We're capping that at 3 million square feet of non-residential. So that is a reduction of somewhere between 19 million and 152 million square feet that would be reduced based on the plan today. So when we're talking about transportation impacts, this plan addresses transportation largely by reducing the amount of development that's allowed in the arch. Another consideration that we took into account was the transportation model that was developed as part of the 2045, that went through 2045 for the Northeast Gateway project. That model has shown that the impact to Killarn is reduced based on the building of the Wilani Boulevard versus the no-build scenario. And at no point through 2045 would the vehicle-to-capacity ratio translate that congestion. No point through 2045 is the vehicle-to-capacity ratio exceeded in Killarn. That doesn't mean that we're not going to continue paying attention, that we're going to continue the long-range transportation planning process, that we're going to continue the concurrency process. It just kind of gives us insight into, between now and 2045, what to expect. Concurrency was another consideration that we looked at throughout this whole process. Basically, when many other communities have decided to repeal their concurrency ordinances, this community has maintained them because of the importance of looking at and funding transportation projects. The concurrency process, as it sits today, requires that either traffic impacts are mitigated or the development is either reduced or halted until those mitigation measures can be paid. The master plan serves as a good way of coordinating PUDs so that as projects are happening, concurrency is happening, but we also have an idea of how everything comes together, largely through that transportation map that's included in the master plan, but as well as the other transportation policies, the broad transportation policies, the complete streets policies, the alternative transportation, bike ped, all of those other policies that address transportation throughout this area. And we also note that this process is consistent with Florida statute. Long-range transportation planning, I've kind of referred to that a couple of times. Largely, we're looking at the CRTPA, Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency, our local MPO, doing the long-range transportation plan every 5 years. It gets updated every 5 years, and it has a 25-year horizon. So we'll be looking out, currently, the version that's underway is 2045. In 5 years, we'll be looking at 2050. And so it's always every 5 years looking out 25 years. Sometimes a part of that, sometimes it's a separate project, but the transit development plan also looks at transit for a 10-year horizon, and that is updated every 5 years as well. And then continued coordination with Killearn, as we've heard from the representatives of the Killearn Homes Association. Staff is committed to continuing to work with Killearn on a variety of transportation projects outside of this comp plan amendment. That includes a number of things that have already been mentioned, but looking at prohibiting the widening of collectors in Killearn, looking at ways that we can implement sidewalks, crosswalks, traffic calming throughout the Killearn neighborhood, and making sure that we continue coordination with Killearn Homes Association on the ongoing PD&E process. Sure that would also include the I-10 interchange PD&E process, whether that's led by Blueprint or whether that's led by the state. And then PUDs as they come along, kind of going back to the proposed language about the traffic analysis and concurrency being a part of the PUD process. The PUD process is a public process. There are notifications, there's opportunity for public input as well. And so kind of tying that together, ensuring that Killearn Homes Association has opportunity to provide input through those PUD processes. And that's how we ended up with the transportation policy we have in place. It's kind of working with Killearn Homes Association on the language and making sure that we address the multiple facets of transportation planning and transportation funding. A number of other edits based on community input that have occurred since the workshop. We addressed the phasing. That was close coordination with Keep It Rural as well as Wendy Gray, the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods, kind of removing the date, the 2035 deadline for the phasing. That's been removed completely, but also changing the threshold for moving from phase 2 to phase 3 to 70% being an adopted PUD versus having a threshold of development. This allows more opportunity for the Weelaunee Habitat Park to be realized. And so that was why we addressed the phasing through that process. Community facilities, we noted that earlier versions of the master plan that coordination must occur with the city on things like police, fire, and then coordination with Leon County Schools for schools. And so we've noted that in addition to just coordination, that there would be formal agreements that are required through that coordination process to make sure that we're establishing community facilities appropriately. The mixed-use centers, this was actually something that came up with coordination from both Buckhead and Wendy Gray, to make sure that we're looking at those mixed-use centers. We included block size parameters, block length parameters, as well as tree protection language in the town centers, or in the town center and the village center. And then through, which I'll show in a moment, through continued coordination with Buckhead, we've applied the block information to both the activity center and the employment center as well, as Mr. Apgar mentioned earlier. We've addressed the language that talks about where feasible to make sure that that's easily understood what it means to be feasible. And so you'll see some language in the master plan that addresses feasibility. And then, of course, we went through and looked at shoulds and shalls to make sure that we're consistent throughout the master plan and the use of that terminology. As many of the people who spoke earlier have mentioned, there have been some additional requests that have occurred since the agenda materials were first released. These really boil down to 3 changes. These have been incorporated into the materials through an agenda modification that was provided today. There's also printed copies available for each of you. As Keep It Rural mentioned, deleting the sentence in policy 13.2.441B. This is addressed elsewhere in the plan and did not need to be included here. And as requested, we've proposed that sentence is deleted. For the Employment Center and the Activity Center, this is the language that we would apply. This mimics the language that we had previously included in the Town Center and Village Center. And then finally, with some additional coordination with the Clarn Homes Association, we added the language that you see here related to transportation systems. This is mostly defining what facility needs is. We use the term facility needs and provided more specificity on what that actually meant, as well as noting that when we do those long-range transportation planning processes, that it's not only the mobility element that gets updated, but we'd also be updating the capital improvements element, which includes the capital improvement schedule. So that language is reflected in here and also in the packets. So I know that was a lot in summary. We got the direction from the commission, policy direction to include the Habitat Park, direction from the commissions to continue the public engagement process and to make sure that we're using consistent language throughout the master plan. We've done that. And then we have the 3 additional edits that we've developed and included based on coordination with Keep It Rural, with Buckhead, and with the Clarn Homes Association. I'm required to read the city ordinance title into the record, so I'll go ahead and do that so I don't forget. It's ordinance number 20-0-35AA, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a text amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts, and providing an effective date. The staff recommendation for both the City Commission as well as the County Commission is option 1 on both of your respective agendas. And that would be to conduct the public hearing as we're doing tonight and adopt the proposed ordinance. This proposed ordinance does include all of the edits that I've mentioned a moment ago. And so those are already included in attachment 1 that would be part of option 1. And I'm happy to answer any questions on this amendment that you may have.
Mr. White, thank you so much for all your hard work and for that great explanation. And I'm glad that you went ahead and read the language into the record. So, to summarize, this ordinance that I have in my hand that you distributed, this represents, and I understand that in an agreement, not everybody is getting everything that they want. But in testimony tonight, when we heard from the Buckhead Neighborhood Clarn Homeowner Association, Keep It Rural, and some of the other organizations as well, this is the document that they were referring to.
Yes, Mayor, that is the document.
Excellent. It's going to take a vote on behalf of the city and a vote on behalf of the county. I will be more than happy to facilitate all of the discussion amongst us. And when we get to a motion, I'll be more than happy to hand it over formally. Commissioner Bryant, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. I only have one simple, really, comment, and it's directed to staff, especially to Artie and Cherie. You all have done an awesome job over the last, I don't even know how long, that I've been a part of the commission, to have outreach to community, to face obstacles, and not become so discouraged that you became in any way combative, but rather you put your hand to what was needed to be done, and you listened to compromise, you listened to organizations to Keep It Rural, to Killorn, to Buckhead, to experts such as Pam Hall. And the end result is that we have a better product today. So we should all be proud, I think, of what has ended up being a great work. So commendations to you, and Mr. Mayor, I'm ready when we get to it to vote.
Excellent. Commissioner Lindley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I almost called you city chair. You know, I just am actually very moved to be here and to be a part of this. And I want to especially thank Artie and Cherie and our professional staff. I was just seething over here behind my mask. There was a frown when I heard I thought totally uncalled for assault on our staff and the professionalism, because I am soaringly proud of everything, all the steps along the way. And I thank you for that, sincerely. The other thing, I think that this plan is particularly noteworthy because of the habitat park potential. That will be the anchor for this, and just to some extent, I think this whole project really soars beyond the bounds of Wilani. It says something about our whole community in a different way. We have always been a college town and a state capital, but this really emphasizes our love for the outdoors, our recreation, our parks, our lakes, our streams, all of the, and of course, our signature canopy roads. It says that we are far more than a state capital. We are far more than a university and college town. That's other people's arena. Ours is this community of the outdoors, the environment, the love we have for that, the respect we have for it. And I think this says, this is us. This is us. What we're doing here tonight, it's about Wilani, but it's so much more. It's a great statement. And I think it's a statement that will live on for many, many years. And I am quite thrilled and a little touched to be a proud of this. And I am happy. I don't know if you want a motion now, but I would like to make this my last motion on the county commission for option 1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
Yep, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Mayor, you want me to go ahead and
Please.
facilitate discussion?
Mr. Chair, just clarification. Commissioner Lindley, honorable last motion to make. I think you're the right person to make it, especially in this situation. Just want to make sure that the motion reflects the most current version that includes the changes that accommodates those neighborhood associations and keep it rural.
That is my understanding. That's certainly what I intended.
Mr. Chair, if you allow me just to make a quick comment.
Absolutely, go ahead.
First things first, staff, absolutely amazing job. This is something that we have asked staff to go out and negotiate with in a very, very, very tough environment. What they brought us is something that a community of different opinions have come together to say is good enough to move forward on. I don't think there's anything that any of us could have done at that table. I think they showed an incredible amount of professional expertise in sitting with each group and making sure that we can sit here and say that we got to a place that everyone can at least say they got something. I spoke at the last meeting, and I'll say it again, as I told the Keep It Real folks, it's not my way, it's not your way, it's our way, and our way usually meets somewhere in the middle. I think that's where this plan has gotten to. I think that's a part of the type of government that you have here in Leon County, in the city of Tallahassee. And though people may say the process was messy, to end up in this place, it still worked. Messy, maybe, but it still worked. I don't think that works without the empathy of these two commissions, a staff that has the professional expertise to make it happen, and citizens who care enough about this community and the character of this community to speak on how they feel about the future of this community. Without any of those as a part of the equation, we don't end up here. And so to all those involved, I'd like to say thank you. And I'm just happy that I could be a part of it. Last but not least, I think Gary said it, but Pam Hall is a community jewel. She sat with me when I first became a commissioner and taught me the ropes of what it meant to be a commissioner, from not just, and most people say she's an environmentalist, but not just from an environmentalist standpoint, but from being able to be measured between the two poles of being an environmentalist or a developer. She taught me about the comp plan. She taught me every single thing that I can say that I know today about how to balance those things and where things go in the right way. But the crazy part about it is that even if some of you came in knowing that some of that stuff, she probably still taught you too. She has that kind of expertise, and so I didn't want to let this opportunity pass without letting her know the jewel she is and how much I appreciate the way she does her business with us and the rest of the community. And so, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, I'm proud to be a part of what we're doing here today. 50 years from now, when my kids hopefully come back here to live and these areas are developed, we can look at it and say it was messy in the beginning, but we came up with something that worked for our community and kept the character of what we call Leon County and the City of Tallahassee in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matter. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I went to a little school that City Manager Cynthia Barber went to, and that little school was the place where they taught you how to do cursive writing and print. I went to school long enough ago that they actually beat you for not knowing what you were supposed to know, and took you seriously and wanted you to take seriously what those rules were for learning. Your failure to do so was you face retribution. I've been a commissioner long enough to remember that when they used to have cursive writing, and I understand that cursive writing is not required of students in school today. So I come from the old school. I come from the old school to know that what we lack here and what we think is well is two different standards, but perhaps it has something to do with how old ago the school. That school was the Department of Community Affairs, which served as a third party and outside reviewer of large developments. We're not under a third party reviewer, nor an objective source such as the state of Florida, the same as was the standard of which St. Joe and Southwood went through. And both the city and the county were lower tiered agencies which reviewed. This is not the same standard of which Falls Chase went through. And again, you had state agencies objective, of which, believe it or not, the city was the last one that made Falls Chase go through the belt line and take a whipping and put the last conditions for its passage. The reason I know that, Vince Long, is because I negotiated Falls Chase settlement. Now, the city is the applicant. The city is the reviewer. And the city here is the approving agency. This is odd, this is weird, unprecedented. When Mr. White tells us that the transportation plan, that this plan addresses transportation by simply reducing the developable amount of units on the property, and somehow this gets to concurrency, I disagree. You don't arrive at a competent transportation plan with the simplicity of what our staff is suggesting to us. Now, for those persons who are the third-party objective reviewers, and let's just be honest, that the city and the neighborhoods have gotten together and talked through, and this is the process. And what's somewhat alarming tonight and different is that the groups, the homeowners groups, have all acquiesced and caved. And the persons who are opposing this are individuals. They're not the groups. But my review of documents which have been given to this commission reflect that the Florida Department of Transportation has said we don't have a plan, notwithstanding what Mr. White has said. And I've seen nothing to refute that. Wildlife has told us that some things are missing and we don't have that. Environmental protection cleared their throat, and DEO said some things which we've not answered. I think what is warranted today, and it's not to disrespect our staff, I recognize that you don't have to write in cursive and print. That's just not the standard today, just print your way through. But what we need at this juncture is a third-party professional consultant, which is not the city and some neighborhood leaders. This will not hold up for the future. And we really need at this point possibly to hire a team which is not the applicant, the reviewer, and the approver. I'm not comfortable with what we are permitting as the standard. It's not one. And therefore, I offer a substitute motion based upon what I've shared with you, that we would hire and request an outside third-party reviewer or an outside consultant group that has the background and which has the rigor, which has the objectiveness of what once upon a time was the Florida Department of Community Affairs. And I asked Chairman Deloge, and I have that privilege one more time tonight, of saying, Chairman Deloge, and we're wanting for an objective analysis which can stand the test and to make sure that what has been offered from the only outside objective commentators coming from the state, and their comments have not been reconciled as you're voting to move forward tonight. So I make that motion so that we could have balance, intellectual honesty, intellectual non-biasness, and that a party, an outside third party, would give the kind of rigorous review, in particular to transportation issues, of which an interstate interchange, a gateway, and we're not being honest about what the future of Miccosukee and Centerville. These are the equivalent of little bicycle paths consistent with what 12,500 residential units and 3 million square feet of commercial. We have not been intellectually honest with respect to what will happen to those little itty-bitty roads. But to the capacity to bring everybody together, kumbaya, they're singing with those groups, that's spectacular. But it still is not the standard up. It's merely a cajoling down with a neighborhood group. That ain't the Department of Transportation.
Well, we have a
need that,
motion.
so
Let
I
me
make
see.
that motion.
Do we have a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. You still have the floor, Commissioner Proctor.
No, with you, I'm very, very content that I've made my point.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. I've got Commissioner Minor and then Commissioner Dozier. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been struggling to reconcile two credible but contrasting points of view. On one hand, a lot of people, some folks I really respect, are asking us to delay the vote. They're saying the process has been rushed, public input has been suppressed. I agree that the cart came before the horse. We transmitted the master plan, and then we had our public input. Fortunately, Commissioner Lindley pushed for public input in the form of charrettes, which turned out to be 13 charrettes. And both commissions enthusiastically supported that. It was then that we actually heard a tremendous amount of very positive, constructive input from the public. And I attended 11 of those 13 charrettes. and I sat and watched Artie White and Cherie and their team patiently listen, truly listen to the public explaining what their concerns were. I didn't know at that time whether or not Artie's team was really going to incorporate those comments into the master plan. But I've seen that they have, largely where they could, and they've explained where they couldn't. On that other point of view, those same folks are saying that the 3 new incoming commissioners should have a vote on something that will have such a long-term impact on our community. If I were one of those new commissioners-elect, I would want that too. I hear those voices loud and clear. I don't disagree with them. On the other hand, for well over a year, members of the public have been working with staff and commissioners to negotiate with the landowners on a long list of revisions. These citizens came from organizations such as Keep It Rural, the Alliance for Tallahassee Neighborhoods, the Buckhead Homeowners Association, and the Killarm Homes Association. They weren't paid a dime, but they spent untold hours reviewing the documents, meeting with staff, and meeting with us. The master plan has evolved because of these citizens, has evolved to include the following. There are 1,900 acres of open space. That is incredible. That's more than what was designated for Southwood in 1999 and more than Killarn in the 1960s and 70s. There's a mechanism to create a passive wildlife habitat park in the northeast section of the Wilani Arch. There's a phased development plan with no sunset date on the phase criteria. There's a plan to identify and meet increased demand on schools. There are defined buffers for the tree canopies along Centerville and Miccosukee roads. There's a requirement to develop an arch-wide master stormwater plan, which didn't exist before, but this master stormwater plan now has to be defined and approved before any PUD concept is approved. There's a diversity of housing types. And as you heard from Artie today, across the town center, village center, activity and employment center policies, all of them designate a block system with a gridded road network so that we can promote connectivity. There's also a traffic analysis and concurrency analysis that has to be done at the PUD level. It can no longer be waived at a later stage. Is this master plan perfect? Not on your life, but it's pretty good. Keep It Rural, Buckhead, the KHA, they've worked with planning staff, to everyone's credit, to come to a general consensus with the landowners. And that consensus is reflected in this latest revision. We've come a long way. Back in July, during the charrettes, I spoke afterwards with Pam Hall and Jeff Blair and Gary Hunter. And I was striving to find any kind of consensus, any kind of common ground. And there was one tiny little point that was very ambiguous on which I thought we had consensus. And I was afraid of what gap would exist elsewhere. We've come a long way since July because now we have all of these things I listed in this master plan. So after weighing these two contrasting points of view, I've made the difficult decision that we should proceed with this master plan that we have here. Why? If we delay the vote, there's no guarantee that this master plan would be the starting point of future negotiations. There's a rumor going around and about potential developers interested in Wilani. I don't know if it's credible. A cynical person might say it's been purposely manufactured to stir things up, but I'm not suggesting anything. But if it's true, it could mean that all of these proposals are tossed and the slate is wiped clean if some of those things actually end up happening. I don't know, but the point is that we have worked very hard. The public, staff, us, have worked very hard over the last year. Sincerely, I think in good faith. And the end product is something that I'm happy with. No one's elated, but I think we're all satisfied from the folks that I've seen working for the last year at every excruciating detail to get where we are. So if I could say one thing, and I think it's all falls upon us as commissioners to make sure that from here on out, when it comes to comp plan amendments, we put the horse before the cart. And I think there's a general consensus that that's what we want to have happen. But I do want to thank the tremendous group of people that have been involved in this for a year or more. Pam Hall, as Commissioner Maddox said, I've really gotten to know her well over the last year or so, and she is a treasure. She's really a community treasure. Jeff Blair, the folks at Keep It Rural, Buckhead, KHA, ATN, Wendy Gray, these people, in addition to our staff, Artie, Cherie, everybody, I mean, you all have worked incredibly hard to come up with a plan that I think is a pretty good plan. So I'm very happy with where we are. I know not everyone will be elated by it, but it's something that I think is a product of a lot of good work done in good faith. So I support the original motion and plan to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Commissioner Reiner. I've got Commissioner Dozier and then Commissioner Jackson. Would you like to weigh in afterwards? Okay, Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have got, okay, first time talking in a microphone with a mask. This is interesting for us, right? Thank you for the city for hosting, and y'all have done a great job setting up the room for everyone to be safe. So thank you for that, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I've got a few questions for our staff, followed by just a few quick remarks. Shouldn't take too long. Artie, I'll direct these to you. You've been in the hot seat throughout. We appreciate it. And I think we can move through these pretty quick. I just want to confirm a few things, okay? As you outlined in your presentation, there's been a whole lot of work on Milani Arch over the years, over the last 30 years, and particularly the last 10 to 15. So did the 2013 Sales Tax Committee ever review or discuss the amendment or a master plan? Any version of that?
I'm afraid I have to defer to Blueprint. I was not around at the time working in this position, so Ben may be able to answer that question, or someone from Blueprint.
We don't have to, Ben, it's all right. Well, if you got a microphone right there, go ahead.
No.
Okay, thank you.
No.
That was my thought. And Ben, you may have to answer the second one here. So the comp plan amendment was imminent, and did we ever discuss any aspect of the amendment or review it during the Blueprint IA process for the Northeast Gateway? Was the amendment referenced during that process?
I recall the agenda material for the Northeast Gateway did discuss this process going on, as some of these materials have discussed the gateway, but did we talk about at length the approval process of this comp plan amendment during the gateway discussion? I'd say no. That was reserved for these forums that you've gone through in the 2020 cycle.
Okay, thank you. The next one's for the planning department, so I'll turn it back to you, Artie. So the land use element revision, transportation element, that's been going on about 4 to 5 years now. So same question, did you ever discuss the content? I know you said that you were rolling out community language, the language to the community early in 19, but was this ever discussed with the comp plan revision work group, who was focused on helping you guys draft or review that, process?
Yes, it was. As we went through the process, we originally started with community outreach on just kind of broad community values. We then went through the process of developing the goals. There were 5 goals. And then kind of that third major community outreach was really focused on the objectives. And originally, a lot of kind of with the restructuring of the land use element, a lot of the language, at least each of the major sections, was going to be a separate objective. And so I think we had maybe 9 different objectives related to the Wilani Arch, and that had gone through the process. We had been engaging the community. We had done, I think, like 10 public engagement out in various parts of the county. We did the 5 deep dive workshops. This would have been the first deep dive workshop because that was focused on the goal that was related to places people love. And so all of those 9 objectives, which have now kind of been reshuffled into objectives and policies, and this master plan were presented to the public, and there was engagement. It was also part of the online workshop that we had done, so people could read each of those objectives and provide comments on them. So yes.
Okay, so talking about the objectives and what's in the comp plan, but not, you didn't have a specific outline for the master plan as it existed in December of 19 or a draft of the amendment. It was more general as what existed in the comp plan. Is that right?
We had gotten to a pretty good level of specificity at that point, Commissioner, yes.
All right. Wasn't my understanding, but that's why I'm asking you questions, so thank you. I added this one in. I wasn't going to ask it, but you referenced the solar amendment that the county initiated. So sure, city and county do initiate amendments. I guess I heard you kind of equate it to, use it as an example for one of the two governments initiating an amendment. Would you say that that amendment was similar in scope, size, impact to Wilani Arch?
It was a text amendment. It was different in terms of the content. It didn't address land use entitlements and allowances, but in terms of the process, it was the exact same process. It was initiated kind of out of cycle by the county. We went through the process of doing a public open house, local planning agency workshop, local planning agency public hearing. We kind of took it through both the city and county commissions jointly. So in terms of the process, Commissioner, it was exactly the same. In terms of the content of the amendments, they're very different because one related to the definition of solar facilities, and this one is clearly a master plan.
Yeah, I guess that was really the point. I mean, the scope of it was about large-scale solar, and y'all did a great job. You did a great job working with Talquin, and it happened to be Keep It Rural at the time, and others to negotiate and resolve some issues before we got there. So that was good. So it's my understanding that, and you said this after we expanded the scope for the consultants on the land use element revision, October 19. That is the point in time where it was decided that this amendment would come into the 2020 comp plan cycle. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was initiated by planning staff or by city staff?
It was coordination with the city's attorney's office as well as planning to ensure that we were being consistent with the language in the Urban Services Development Agreement that said we would initiate the comp plan amendment.
Which was amended in 16, right?
I believe so, though I'll refer to the city attorney's office.
It's cool. It was amended in 16. All right. So yesterday during our briefing, you and Shuri, I really appreciate your comments about the master plan before May, that it met the minimum requirements, and after May, you really thought that we have a good plan now, which I think, to your credit, is echoed by lots of the citizens that worked with you for the last few months. So I'd just like to give you an opportunity to mention why it's good to have gone through this process and to have these additional elements in the master plan. How's that going to help us in the future?
I'll defer to the public and to the commissions in terms of good, better, best, and superlatives. From staff standpoint, we evaluate based on consistency with the comprehensive plan, making sure that we're compliant with Florida statute, specifically 163, 3177. I believe that we took the direction from the commission. I believe that we did the absolute best job that we possibly could do with the direction that we were given to do the charrettes. I'm excited about the new tools that we have learned to use in times of COVID. I would have never expected that I would do 13 charrettes virtually. And, you know, I've a long history in my professional career of doing charrettes and engaging the public and trying to be as creative as I can. But this is a whole new world in terms of creativity and opportunities to, even if we go back to in-person, still incorporating some of these tools. So that's one of the things I'm most excited about, and I think that's one of the best lessons learned and things that we can apply moving forward is using tools that we've never used before. And I take great pride in the work I do, and I also have enjoyed working with the public. You know, Pam Hall and I go back actually longer than since I've been working at the planning department. She and I worked together when I was a consultant doing regional mobility plans and long-range transportation plans. And so I think having that framework is helpful. But in terms of, judging the quality of the project, I'll leave that to someone else. But I'll say that I believe it's consistent with Chapter 163 and is consistent with our code and other goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan.
I appreciate that, Artie. You are appreciated by everyone. You heard it tonight from many people here, from the public. I hear it all the time. And the amount of work that you've done in the last year, but particularly since May, is incredible. And I celebrate those extra tools that are in the, how we engage the public, but also the creativity and what's in this plan now that will help us, help guide us forward. So the next question is not for you, and it's a challenging one. And Cherie, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but you're also in a hot seat. So I don't know if you're the right person to ask this question or if someone else, and there may not be an answer. This is the final question, then I'll make a couple comments. So city is the applicant, working with the city attorney to develop this. Who from our Leon County Tallahassee Joint Planning Department staff was assigned to represent the county's interest?
Well, by our very nature, we represent both. We have a staff who every single day, we look at every problem, not just this one, every rezoning, site plans, text amendments. That's our job. That's inherent in our job. And if you look at the interlocal, it's inherent for us to look at these. That's why we exist, I guess, is to look at both the city and the county, what's in the best interest of the city and the county. And actually, when you look at the whereas statements, that's why the department was created, is so that it's in the best interest of both the city and the county to look at these zoning and development questions jointly. It's just every question we get. That's part of my job, is to look at it, and something that every one of our staff, that's our job. And then we also, then it's not that we write a report and it's the multiple levels of review that then go on the city and the county. There's a lot of, going back and forth once, we've made our draft between the city and make sure that we are correctly reflecting those interests. So I think the whole process inherently does that.
I think that is an exceptional answer. That is what I have come to expect. And remarkably, Commissioner Mannix, we are at 10 years. So it's been a long time, going through a lot of comp plan cycles. You all have always done that. I believe you were put in an impossible position this time, because the applicant was our partner government. And that made it challenging for some of us on the county. And I do not blame any of our staff in the planning department for that. I think that is something that happens through decisions made elsewhere. So you all have conducted yourself exceptionally, and we are at a better place for it. So thank you, and I appreciate that answer. So I ask these questions because there's been a lot of debate, a lot of discussion about this, a lot of different perspectives. And I just wanted to affirm with our staff that we knew this amendment was coming for a long time. We have been preparing for it as a community for a long time. The sales tax committee in 2013, the referendum. We've been taking steps knowing that the Walani Amendment was in the comp plan, that the USA, someone's going to ask to expand the USA, and this area would be developed. And yes, the mask is slipping, so forgive me for that. But the actual draft of the amendment to the master plan wasn't available until December of 19. So a typical process for the comp plan would have carried this through, like the solar amendment. But I think many of us did not see this amendment as typical because of the scope and the size and the future implications for our community. Not that it shouldn't pass at some point, not that it wasn't going to pass, but that it just was exceptionally unique, the largest, most substantial land use decision we've made in 30 years. So over the last 10 years, we've asked our joint planning department, as Sri, you just articulated this well, so I don't even need to say this. You work to find common ground between applicants, neighbors, residents, all of our questions all the time. You do it exceptionally well. Nobody ever gets everything they want. I think that was echoed by a few of the speakers, a few of us. But almost always we end up in a better place because of that process and because of that dialogue. We discover different things, and we end up in a better place. It's what I've come to expect and trust in our planning department and from our community and from all of us. But it's not what I've seen in this process. It's not what many of us have seen in this process. And I want to be clear and just reiterate this. I don't blame our planning staff for this. I celebrate the good work that's been done, as so many others have said. And despite all the different challenges and obstacles, we've ended in a good place. I'll be honest and say I was rather surprised when I started hearing from Keep It Rural and Killarn and others that they were really wanting us to approve the amendment today. And Commissioner Ryan, I think you articulated that kind of the different perspectives from some of our citizens who still want delay, but those who've been really engaged in the process and working day in, day out with the staff, they're ready to go. And that's significant. That I applaud that effort by everyone. This plan is far better than what we saw in May. It is better than it was before we gave staff permission to work with citizens. And frankly, before our citizens stepped up to represent each other in this process. And I do want to thank particularly Keep It Rural, Killarn Homes Association, Buckhead, ATN, for their collaboration, their input, and for everyone who emailed and called. The public engagement during a pandemic, virtual meetings, was incredible. And yet I feel we do believe to be criticized for this process. I had in my notes that it stinks, and I wasn't going to say that, but I'm just going to say it. I've never used that word in one of our meetings. It didn't need to become a campaign issue. We didn't need to see misinformation that we had talked about this amendment at Sales Tax Committee and other things like that. We didn't need it. There was lots of reasons to support this amendment, as we've seen from Keep It Rural and others, without that confusion that was out there. It was just unnecessary. So for me, I think we should move forward. I will support the motion on the floor, Mr. Chair. However, I strongly believe we need to do everything in our power to ensure that we never repeat this process, and a lot of elements there, for large or small-scale developments. We can address transportation, stormwater, other issues going forward. We need to do that quickly. And we can be both efficient and smart if we choose to work together. And this plan, as it exists today, is evidence of that. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Dozier. Commissioner Jackson, would you like to weigh in?
Sure. I'll repeat, I bet, a lot of what everyone else has said. But some of the things that stood out to me, already correct me if I'm wrong on some of this, and possibly even if Mr. Hunter's still here, he may have to correct me. The potential for 39,000 units reduced to 12,500 residential units. There was potential for 155 million square foot of commercial space reduced down to 3 million, is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
13 meetings in 3 months, that's one a week. All of those that attended every single charrette meeting, I applaud you. And thank you for your service and work there. We went from 9 to 24 to, I think today's document was 37 or 38 pages that has drilled down to specificity that a master plan previously had never drilled down to under a comp plan adoption meeting. Am I correct? I mean, in your experience, I mean,
In my experience, I would say that's correct, Commissioner. There's
You may have
a
to go
lot of
back and look
detail.
at stone tablets to see if how far back that goes. And then I think the last thing is 95% of stakeholder input was able to be incorporated into a plan such as this. And if I had a quarterback that had a 95% completion rate, or an outfielder that was batting .950, or a basketball player that a running back that had a 95% gain of 3 yards on every carry, well, you wouldn't be sitting next to me right now. You'd still be in the league. But needless to say, I think it is phenomenal the work that your department has done, and phenomenal that you have been patient, as well as all of the other involved stakeholders, not just you, but Cherie and everyone in your department that has come up with an amazing plan that incorporates so many of the suggestions, so much of the input from the public. Mr. Chairman, I could not be happier than to be able to support the motion on the floor as
Great.
stated.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, a few brief comments and we'll close it down. I, like Commissioner Lindley, am proud to support this. This represents a lot of work. This is a legacy project that most of us probably won't see in our lifetimes come again. It's one of those ones that frankly deserves a lot of look at for the community groups. Keep It Rural, Killearn, Buckhead. You had every right to weigh in. You had every right to be concerned. You had every right to ask the questions you did. I think the staff showed unbelievable restraint and unbelievable professionalism in light of what's going on with the pandemic. I think the product, as Commissioner Minor pointed out, is as good as we can get at this point. Perfect, no, but let's not let good be the enemy, perfect be the enemy of good. It's a darn good product, though. It is awfully good based on what we've got, and you have incorporated people like we can't imagine. I just want to stop for a minute, though, and for the few people that have taken shots at the staff and basically somehow question their professional integrity, and this is Cherie and Artie and Ben, shame on you. These guys busted their ass, pardon my French, and I started Village Square about 15 years ago. Everybody's entitled to their own facts. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but not everybody's entitled to their own facts. And unfortunately, what's happened, and it came out tonight in a couple of the comments, people continue to make things up that frankly just are not true. And it's embarrassing, I think, frankly, as a community. I think we've done a good job of embracing all of the different entities in the community, and I'm proud of the product we have tonight. And I just take exception to the fact that, frankly, I think the staff has gone above and beyond based on what we have overlaid with the pandemic this year in what would be considered extenuating circumstances for all of us. So thank you for a job well done, and I'm proud to be part of this. And with that, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor of the motion as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Bryant. Coming back to you for a motion.
Thank you. I move staff recommendation, option 1.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Mayor Pro Tem for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to also pile on, thanks to our staff. My background is computer programming, and I've gotten requirements on a napkin, and you got to go and take those requirements and go develop a working system. And it requires a lot of community engagement. And what we saw here, a lot of community engagement. Perhaps it's not as others prescribe, but it happened very organically. There was no one's intent to do it the way we did it, but we've learned from how we did it. And I want to applaud Artie, Cherie, Ben, and Wayne Tedder, because these folks and your staff and the attorneys, I was on the planning commission, and when I was on the planning commission, I think this thing is following me, because we started with we talked about the toe and the heel, and then the arch. So there's a lot of history, a lot of energy, and a lot of time that has gone into just this one thing. And I sat here, in my mind, I thought of 10 other things that our community needs. And if we took half the energy and half the time that we've spent on this one thing and deliver it to the rest of our citizens, we'd be doing a real good job. We got people who are homeless tonight. We got people who are stricken with COVID tonight. We got people who don't have affordable housing, don't have affordable health care, don't have food to eat, need sewer, city sewers that can get off of septic tanks. We got a lot of needs, real needs, right now, not to be developed 30 years from now, but right now. But we've spent a lot of time and a lot of energy on just this one issue. And I've got to say, I'm glad we're bringing this in for a landing. And if I was a new commissioner coming, I want you to take care of it before I got here, because it's a quagmire that you would just be stepping into, and you couldn't learn this stuff fast enough. You just couldn't learn it fast enough to make a decision. So y'all don't have to thank us, Commissioner Cummings and Commissioner-elect Porter, and somebody else is coming, Brian Welch. You don't have to thank us now, but you will thank us that we are getting this out of your way, so this is not a part of your career. You don't start your career off with this quagmire. Thank you to everyone, our staff, the citizens who got engaged, the professionals, because some of these folks are consultants, and they did this work for free. So the community was the third-party reviewer. They reviewed it, and they told you what they thought about it. 12, 13 charrettes, countless other meetings that you probably haven't counted on, some that I called, some that we did, impromptu conversations. There's been a lot of work done here. And so I am glad to be a part of landing this plane tonight. We built it backwards, but it's been built. It'll fly. It may not go from here to Quincy, but it will fly. And we got time to do whatever we need to do going forward in the future. So thank you all for what you did, Artie, Cherie, Ben, Wayne Tedder, because Commissioner Deloche forgot Wayne. You can't see him around there. Wayne is the neck that helps everything turn. So, because that's part of his staff. So thank you for what you did. Thank you, Keep It Rural. Thank you, ATN. Thank you, Debbie Lightsey. Thank you, Pam Hall. Thank you, Jeff Blair. Thank you, everybody. This was a community effort. And I take great exception to people taking stabs at our staff. I used to be staff. So I understand that it's a lot of work. While we're home sleeping, staff is home working, trying to make it happen. So thank you all. I will be happy to support this motion.
Commissioner Richardson for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will try not to be redundant. I think everything is pretty much been said that needed to be said, but I want to take a point of personal privilege, if I might, because this has personal significance to me. I was talking to, I forgot who I was talking to earlier. That shows you how old I am. But what we were talking about is legacy projects, Commissioner Deloge, and that's what came to mind for me. For the last 20 years, I have been involved in this. I, of course, as you all know, served on the original Blueprint Committee, and if you think this was messy, it wasn't pretty back then, because nobody could agree on what we wanted to do, how we wanted this community to grow. The builders were at loggerheads with the neighborhoods were at loggerheads with the environmentalists, and it was a mess. And I give credit to Mark Mustian at the time, who brought us all together and said, listen, guys, we've got to come together and determine how we want this community to grow and what it's going to take to make that happen. And so we all sat around a little table over at the old Chamber of Commerce office on Duval Street, and that's how the process started 20 years ago. And I was proud to be a part of that, representing neighborhood interest. I was president of my neighborhood association at the time. And so we developed the original Blueprint 2000 plan and came up with a funding mechanism to fund the infrastructure projects that were identified in that. And then I guess 15 years later, we anticipated that we would there was still some needs, the community was still growing. And so we pulled together the sales tax committee to determine what the additional needs were and if we were going to recommend to the community that we continue with the sales tax increase for another 20 years. And I had the great fortune of serving as vice chair of that committee under our chairman, Steve Evans. So it's been a long haul for me personally, and I hope, Commissioner Maddox too, that my daughters, when they come back to Tallahassee 20, 30, 40 years from now, and I'm buried somewhere in this beautiful city of ours, that they'll say, you know what, my daddy had something to do with what Tallahassee looks like today, way back in 2000 when all of that started. I hope that that will be my legacy here in Tallahassee and Leon County. But I want to thank all of you because it took the leadership of all of us to make this happen. You know, we had to give staff the direction. We were in conversations with the neighborhood groups and all of the stakeholders to hear them and what they were telling us in terms of what they wanted to see. But ultimately, it was us that had to make it happen as their elected representatives. And I think we did a tremendous job of doing that, and that's partly why we're here tonight. So I give each of you credit as well. I certainly want to thank Artie. Artie is the man. Artie has done it. Cherie, Ben, Wayne, all of the staff, all of our stakeholder groups, and I too have to give Pam Hall a lot of credit because we know Pam's health situation, but she has put so much into this. She has held my hand along the way in this process. We've had FaceTime meetings, we've had telephone meetings, we've texted each other and called each other. And so that's how I have come up to speed on all of the specifics of what we're trying to accomplish here. And so I certainly want to thank Pam for all that she has contributed to this. It's been tremendous. But certainly all of the stakeholder groups, I want to give all of them credit as well. But I'm so glad that we have gotten to where we are, because this is going to mean so much for our community in a number of ways. Jay and Sue and those guys talked about the economic benefits of it, but it's gonna pay dividends for this community for decades to come in terms of how we grow, where we grow. And Gary, I agree with you. You know, if you look at where other communities are, this is going to be the model. You know, we say it was messy, it wasn't pretty, but the end result we were able to achieve. But I can imagine what it looks like in some of those municipalities and counties in Central and South Florida, and look what they've come up with. Traffic congestion, everything is paved over, asphalt everywhere. So we've got a lot to be proud of here, and we've got a lot to build on. We've got a solid foundation, I think, now to build on for how we move this community forward. But I'm going to add to what our Mayor Pro Tem said, and then I'm going to shut up. Because as you all know, we live on the south side of Tallahassee. We have spent innumerable hours talking about this issue that will impact the north and northeast of Tallahassee. We sat in a CRTPA meeting, and I'm not saying that these aren't issues that we needed to discuss, but we talked about Midtown, and we talked about bike trails and development in the north and northeast. And there are neighborhoods near where we live that don't have the basic infrastructure. We're just now putting infrastructure in place on Zyla Road to protect our children who walk to school in that neighborhood to Fairview Middle School. We're just now putting sidewalks on Zyla Road and crosswalks for middle school children, okay? When I came to the commission, there was a sidewalk that had a ditch right next to it and no guardrails. It was an accident waiting to happen. But nobody saw fit to even ask that guardrails be put next to that sidewalk to protect our children. And so what I'm saying now is we need to turn, and I'm glad I've got this audience and this opportunity to say, now we need to turn our attention to those parts of our community that have been neglected, that don't even have basic infrastructure, and bring them up to speed with Midtown and the North and Northeast, and even our neighbors to the west. Commissioner Jackson, there are needs there as well. 32304, I'm sorry, Commissioner Proctor has left already. I'm sure he'd give me an amen on that. So that's where we are now as leaders of this community. We've spent innumerable hours and dollars and time on this project. Let's now turn our attention to those who are really in need, Madam Pro Tem, the ones you described in our community. And so I hope that now is where we are led as we approve this amendment here tonight. So thank you all so much for allowing me that. I didn't intend to go that long, but it's just emotional for me at this point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matlow for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, just a point of privilege. I believe this may be the last meeting I'll be serving with Commissioner Lindley and Commissioner Deloche. I just wanted to thank you for your service to our community. On the comp plan amendment, when I started receiving emails, I think yesterday from Keep It Rural and Killearn, it was a positive sign that we are starting to come together, but it was also a sign that typically we need to have a final product together and give the entire community a week's notice to digest it. I think that's just a good policy to follow. So while I think I could support this in a December vote, I'm going to be voting no today for that reason. But this process, to me, has been flawed from the very beginning. And it was flawed because the City of Tallahassee signed an agreement to become the comp plan amendment. And that put us in a position where the city really couldn't be a fair mediator between what the public wanted and the private interests of the landowner and developers. And frankly, it was not fair to our staff to put them in that type of position. And I want to thank Artie for maybe not volunteering, but for being the punching bag through this process, even though he didn't really have control or able to change anything that anybody may have wanted. So apologies on my behalf that that was the way that this rolled out. But I am glad and thankful for the progress that we made towards a better agreement. The product in front of us today is undoubtedly better than it's been for the last year. All the neighborhood groups who've engaged in this should be very proud of how far we've come. But the fact remains, to me, we shouldn't reward a flawed process if we expect a better process in the future. Frankly, we moved heaven and earth this year to get this across the finish line in 1 year. And while we look to neighborhood plans in Frenchtown and Bond and Providence that take years and years to develop, it just begs the question, why does this move so much faster for a development 30 years out when there are real concerns right here in our community and those take so long to develop and get funded? Throughout this pandemic, we've seen public hearings without live public input. We've seen the county vote to delay and then vote not to delay at the very next meeting. We saw the city, the applicant, vote to request an extension, and then the county subsequently vote to ignore the city's request and push forward anyway. So in a plan that's been worked on in 30 years, we've seen more changes in the last few months, most of them very positive, by negotiating with our stakeholders. Some of those changes we just saw today. So, I think the question people have been asking repeatedly is, what is the rush? And I believe Commissioner Deloche is probably the only person to answer that honestly, and this is about estate planning for the landowners' families, and that's perfectly appropriate. And for a private property owner and their representatives, that's what I would be doing too. But the City of Tallahassee and Leon County, we don't share that motivating factor. It's our job to deliver the best results for the public and the common good. So I think the questions I've heard floating around there, if this got pushed back any further, what could be changed? And I think if we look at what we've called compromise so far, the Weelaunee Habitat Park, while all of the compromises really benefited the landowner and the future developer with density offsets and the ability to change land, but there's nothing really locked in for the public good on that item. I think if it was pushed further, we could complete a stormwater master plan before we get started on the Northeast Gateway, so we know how that road and the stormwater interact. I think we could do a proper traffic study in the correct order, because we've done this completely backwards, and that the Northeast Gateway, which will undoubtedly increase traffic to our residential neighborhoods when this develops, has been driving this land use decision rather than responding to the land use decision. And then I think we'd be able to get a fiscal impact and know what this was going to cost. I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Williams-Cox and Commissioner Richardson, but I don't know how many. I know it'll cost at least $100 million for the Northeast Gateway and the interchange, but I don't know how many city dollars we're committing to urban services over the next 30 years. I don't know what those police, fire services are going to cost, those maintenance, long-term services are going to cost, because every time we develop, there is a cost, and it's going to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So there will come a point where we're making a choice between more dollars, more senior centers going into the Wallani versus where they're going in the south side. And I don't mean that to be, it should be an either or, but it should be a part of the conversation so we know 30 years from now how much money we're going to be putting into the south side and these existing neighborhoods. But lastly, I think the biggest thing we could do with the delay would be letting the incoming commissioners affirm this decision. Because I don't think this would change with new commissioners on here. I mean, I think it would make no sense with 3 new commissioners and half of us are going to flip our votes, that we get a different decision. But I do think in an election cycle where this became so contentious, letting them come in and affirm this decision would speak volumes to the public trust. Just today, I received emails from Killearn, Keep It Rural, Buckhead, about the last-minute changes they've come up with that the staff and landowners both approved of, and I applaud those efforts, but we just need more time to digest that and not short-circuit a process and stay firm to when changes are made, we get a week to look at it. I think there's a good reason why Florida law requires multiple public hearings on such major changes. And even if you believe our very limited public input, including email-only input at our May meeting was adequate, the proposal heard at that meeting is very different than the proposal that we're considering today. If this moves forward today, it could serve as the first public hearing and allow a proper second public hearing to occur in December. So lastly, I would just say, I wholeheartedly believe we can get this agreement with concessions and 2 public hearings accomplished by the deadline in December. I think that would get us a better product. It would put off any type of criticism that we didn't allow proper input at our public hearings. And I think it will build public trust and public confidence and let us move forward together as a city. I really haven't heard any reason not to delay other than this whole thing falls apart, and that hinges on some pretty, I think, absurd assertions that half of us will flip our votes and not be committed to what we do. And if that were somehow true, I'm not sure why we should make the decision today at all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Motion on table for option number 1. Motion's been made by Commissioner Bryant, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
And it passes 4-1 with Commissioner Matlow in dissent. My county colleagues, you do not need to vote on the next 2 items. You are more than welcome to stay. If you want to excuse yourself, you will not hurt our feelings either. I do think that it'd be very quickly, and Commissioner Lindley and Commissioner Deloge, I do think that we'd like to share some comments with you too. So if you wouldn't mind staying for a couple of minutes, we'll probably wrap up pretty quickly. We are on item number 18.02. Artie?
Yes, Mayor, this next amendment is the map amendment. It's related to the amendment that just passed, but this would change the future land use designation of the portion of the arts that's currently designated suburban and designated rural to the planned development land use category. Reading the ordinance into the title, this is ordinance number 20-0-37, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a large-scale map amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts, and providing an effective date. The staff recommendation is option 1, which would adopt the map amendment.
Move option 1, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Let me just triple check, make sure we don't have any other public comments on this for this.
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. It's been properly moved. Staff recommendation by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
And it passes 4-1 with Commissioner Matlow in dissent. We are on number 18.03.
Mayor, Commissioners, this is the rezoning that would implement the map amendment. Much like the map amendment, it would change the zoning of the property from rural, critical planning area, and single-family detached residential R1 to the planned development zoning district. This is essentially a zoning district that says future PUDs will come in to implement this. The ordinance is ordinance number 20-Z-38, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating land as planned development on the official zoning map from rural, critical planning area, and single-family detached residential, providing for conflict and severability, and providing an effective date. And staff recommendation is option 1.
Move acceptance.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any final comments from the public on this item?
No, sir.
Excellent. Staff recommendation has been made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
And it passes 4-1 with Commissioner Matlow in dissent. Artie, do we have any other business to come before the city or the county, for that matter, this evening?
You do not, Mayor.
Final comments. Let me start off by saying, Commissioner Lindley, I don't even know where to begin, and I'm going to keep it short. You are a wonderful friend, a wonderful community servant, and simply thank you. You know, you always kind of dread this night, and here we are. This is our last time with you as a county commissioner, and you've done an absolutely incredible job.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Deloge, I don't even know where to start. We were elected together 14 years ago. We did 12 years on the county commission, 2 years in this capacity. You and I have been through 3 hurricanes. We've been through 2 recessions. We've been through 1 global pandemic. We've been through protests in the streets on multiple times, not just recently. And we might be going through our 4th hurricane this weekend, where you are still the chairman of the county commission, and we will still be working together in an emergency situation. I love you, Brian Deloge. You're a great man, an incredible public servant, and I can't thank you enough. You are also an incredible leader that represented us on the state level as president of the Florida Association of Counties, and on the national level as the president of the National Association of Counties. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Ditto. Enjoy working with you, Commissioner Deloche. I must admit, coming to the City Commission, I had no idea what to expect. And working with you, we never worked together, hadn't even had any conversation, but I appreciate the mutual respect between both of us. We didn't always agree, but when we did agree, we agreed, and wholeheartedly. So I've enjoyed working with you, and I look forward to working with you in the community. I'm hoping you're not leaving, not the way you promote our outdoors and our greenways and all that stuff, so I'm sure you're gonna be here still doing that. So I look forward to seeing you in the community, still working. Because whenever I lost an election, I just continue working in the community. So that's what I recommend anybody who lost an election, keep working. And Mary Ann, dear Mary Ann, you know, the interesting thing is that we've sat together on some of these joint issues, and we've had an opportunity to have some hard conversations. And again, I think we both have mutual respect for one another and from where we came from. As I shared with you once, and you shared with me about our background, our upbringing, I respect that. And I respect the fact that you understand that your viewpoint depends on where you sit and from where you came. And so thank you for bringing your viewpoint and meeting up with my viewpoint. And sometimes I think we're on the same sheet of paper without even talking about it. And so I appreciate that and have enjoyed working with you. I used to follow you when you were a writer for the local paper. I'm glad you're no longer doing that. I'd much rather work with you in this capacity. So I look forward to seeing you in the community as well. You're going to stay in town, or you?
I think so.
Okay, well, I'll see you in the grocery store then. How about that?
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
Great working with you.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Deloge, I want to compliment you on your fine public service over 14 years. It's not easy. I've been there. At the end of this next term, I will have done 24 years of public service altogether. It's a tremendous sacrifice personally, on your family, but it demonstrates how much you care about this community to do it time and time again and to attend meeting after meeting. And that speaks volumes to the type of individual that you are and what you have given to this community. So thank you for your service. We do look forward to continuing to work with you in other capacities. I'm sure that you will still lend your knowledge and expertise to this community as we move forward. But it's been certainly a pleasure to serve. Don't feel bad about losing an election. I've lost about 3 or 4 myself. I know that feeling. But we certainly appreciate the service that you've given to the residents of our great county of Leon. Commissioner Lindley and I go back to my days on the school board. That's when we met, when she would, from time to time, cover the happenings on the Leon County School Board. And so we've known each other since then. I was really surprised when you made the leap from journalism to politics. I'd never expected that. But you've done a wonderful job, Commissioner Lindley. You've brought that perspective to public service. It's a valuable perspective. You've contributed a great deal to the county commission and to our wonderful home county, and we thank you for all the service that you've given. And I look forward to your continued involvement and certainly our continued friendship. Thank you.
Commissioner Matlow.
I've only been here 2 years, and I'm jealous that you guys are free. But seriously, you know, when you talk about over a decade of service and you know, trying to navigate these difficult issues, I mean, it's tough. It wears on us, you know, daily and weekly, and there's not really a lot of time off because somebody always wants your attention and wants to pull you in one direction or not. So, I mean, to do that for more than a decade is such an incredible sacrifice of your life, because people don't talk about it, but this is not particularly rewarding personally. It's just rewarding for what you're able to do for your community. So for you to take out so much time and put yourself out there, we just really appreciate your service. I'm sure we'll be seeing you guys around, and if we can do anything to be helpful with you in the future, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Commissioner Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is my last night here too, so let me first say that I have been on the tail end most times by Mr. Madlow to speak. So here I go again tonight to say ditto, 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 ditto. But I just want to say to Commissioner Lindley, when I first met her, I thought she was pretty quiet, low-key, you know, kind of. And then I saw in a commission meeting where she got a little riled up. And I'm like, oh, she's not quite as quiet as you thought. Like, it has been my pleasure. It really has to work with you. I know you have a lot more to offer. You've been around for a while, so that means you have great wisdom. So we look forward, going forward, really, in the city of Tallahassee to tap into that wisdom, if not sitting in this seat, in some seat. And we appreciate you so very, very much. And to Commissioner Deloge, I don't know how we just became connected. I think when I became his co-chair, and we sat by each other, and he would tell me what to do. Nobody knew it, but you know, he would tell me kind of what to do, what it meant, what someone else said, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting. So I so appreciate you. You have done an awesome job for the 2 years that I've been here. And I've come to respect you greatly for the job that you have done. And I, too, believe you will still be in the community serving, because that's why we do what we do. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Dozier.
Well, I think we had an opportunity to do this online, but since we are in person, if you would give us a chance to compliment your incredible work, Commissioner Bryant, and to wish you well. I'm going to save comments about my good colleagues, Commissioner Lindley and Deloge, for next week. We'll be back in chambers for the first time, and I'm very thankful for that. But you had a unique experience, unlike anything, stepping into a seat that needed to be appointed by your colleagues. That shows an incredible amount of trust and confidence and from the community, and you have served well and truly appreciate that. To go from that process to running a campaign is not easy. When you're already in the mix, in the churn, and you're running your first campaign. I think for all of us, we got to run our first campaign before we were on the commission. And I've reflected on this recently, and I think that's a different effort. It's hard to be on the job and running your first campaign. So you did that with grace. I've said it before. We worked together on strategic planning for Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. That's when I got to really know you, and I appreciate it. And I wish you well. I know, as the others have said, you will continue to serve our community well, as almost all, we are grateful, our former commissioners do. So thank you for your service.
Commissioner Jackson?
Dr. Bryant, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I want to thank you for the service that you've offered to our community, but on a personal note, you checking on me on several occasions during my bout with COVID, and checking on the status of my family. And then, maybe not known to all of our colleagues in the room today, your sponsorship and philanthropy to a very deserving and needy family in our community. As a previously unknown sponsor and donor, that is putting your leadership to work at the servant's level. And there is so much to be said for that. And I am so grateful for that particular family. And each day that they come to school, I'm reminded of your generosity and the way that you work with our community. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Maddox?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Bryant, Dr. Commissioner Bryant. I think my first exposure to just how supportive you are in this community came as a result of your husband winning a couple state championships in basketball. You never know how supportive someone is until you watch them cheer on, quite frankly, the love of their life. That's been an example that I've seen you show this community. 2 years ago, you had to step into a role that, quite frankly, I'm not sure I digested in 2 years of being in this role. And you've done it better than I think I did it the first 2 years. And you did it in a way that, in my opinion, models one of the greats at the county level, Jane Sauls. When you spoke, people listened, but you didn't speak too much. And that was a legacy that I learned from Jane, that sometimes the quiet one is the loudest voice in the room. And so I appreciate the way you've carried yourself as a commissioner, but more than that, I appreciate the way you've carried yourself as a citizen of the city of Tallahassee and Leon County. And what I know now is what I heard said to Paul Ayers alum as he rolled off into the sunset as our county administrator, that you will be one of the most dangerous citizens and informed citizens in this county to stand before us on any particular issue, because you've had the privilege of sitting in the seat and knowing how to advocate from that standpoint, but the power that comes from not having to sit in that seat, but being able to stand in front of us and speak very candidly and freely about how you feel about something is another thing that most of us never really get to experience while we sit here. And so I look forward to your leadership in the community doing just that. And what I ask, the only thing I ask, is that as you do that, that you don't hold back, that you stand for those communities that need the help, that you stand for those communities that need it most, and that you get results for them, not just in a small way, but in the biggest way you can imagine to get results. That's what you did before you got in that seat. That's my expectation of what you'll do once you ride off into the sunset and become a citizen, and not just a commissioner. So again, thank you for the work you've done. Thank you for the advocacy that you pushed forward. Thank you for the example that you've been. But I'm looking for you to be that even bigger example of how it's done after we all take that last vote as a commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Minor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I wanted to just take a moment and say that I did neglect to thank a few people that were working on Milani for us, Ben Pingree, Wayne Tedder, thank you you very much for all your work, along with the rest of the team. Also want to thank Gary Hunter and Robert Volpe. I know you represent your client and you work for your client, but you also were good negotiators with the public and with staff. And I want to thank the two of you for your efforts in this long amount of time for us to get to this point. So thanks to the two of you. Commissioner Bryant, we've had such a short amount of time to work together, and a large part of that time was during the pandemic. But I really want to thank you for everything that you've done for the city of Tallahassee and for this community during the time that you've been on the commission. I've always thought of you as being very smart, analytical, a very strategic thinker, and someone who has all those attributes with a lot of class. So I just know by knowing you that this is not the end of your community service. You'll be out there and we will see you, and you'll be reaching out to us when you think you need to set us straight on something. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, ma'am, for your service to this community. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Lindley.
Thank you. I think the public may think that there are still smoke-filled rooms that we all get together and chit-chat in, but in fact, really the only way we get to know each other is through our meetings, comment by comment, little by little, issue by issue. And I feel that I have been cheated to some extent, not getting to know you better in the short amount of time that we have worked together. And as Commissioner Minor says, the pandemic hasn't helped. It's so nice to see everybody tonight. But you've been interesting to me because I think people who run for public office truly have no idea what serving in public office is like. They are two separate things. You came at it from the other direction. You were suddenly serving in public office, and there's kind of a purity to that you were able to come in and just get right into the issues and our community problems and try to work on. And then you go into the campaigning arena, which is so different. But I think it's so important for people who are running for office to understand they're doing one thing. They have one attitude, one approach when they're trying to get votes. But once you're in the office, for all of us, the world gets a lot bigger and a lot more complicated. And you've just been an inspiration. I do think you're strategic, you're thoughtful, and I've always learned from comments you make, and I appreciate just the grace that you've brought to this. And I've heard so many wonderful things about you, your generosity in the community otherwise, and I haven't known that, but I would take it to the bank. And thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to serve with you.
Thank you.
Hey, and we can go drinking sometime, the two of us. Y'all don't get to go, Brian. You can. Really. Anyway, it's been nice. Thank you.
Commissioner Deloge.
Commissioner Bryant, Elaine, you and I got to know each other very well as side by side with these 6, 8, 10-hour blueprint meetings. And I'm not sure how much I told you as much as you told me, but I think it's been said that I heard the word grace, I heard pressure, and I would tell you, you're one of the most statesman-like commissioners I've worked with. When you say something, people listen. It's not, you don't just blather on, which all of us have a tendency to do. And there's a great quote Hemingway said, "Courage is grace under pressure." And you're one of those people that under pressure seems to find that heart of things and figure out how to stay the course. And I am eternally thankful for the time we've spent together, and I hope we stay together. And the three of us that are heading out, we may be out here on the sidelines throwing stones at the rest of you guys. Well, I got another thing to say. So, it has been a true pleasure to work with you, and I am a huge fan, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's all yours, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Done any other business come before us, we stand adjourned.
Thank you. Yes, sir.